hope that OBS doesn't kick us out like it does when I select up stream. Okay. Hello. Welcome. Hopefully the stream is started. I didn't have anything set up on my other monitor because I kind of like forgot that it all needs to be fucking in a certain way. Sorry for not streaming the last like 2 days. I've not been motivated to do so, and have had so much other shit going on in my life that I needed to deal with during the day that yeah. Anyway, let's not dwell on that shit. We're adding ray tracing because effectively I think what like my issue with this biome stuff is it's really hard to know. Yeah, well, no, don't say exactly. It's really hard to know like what biomes are causing what effect, because I really don't understand why as soon as I add grasslands my mountains become really flat, and the only thing I can think is that like basically everywhere can be grasslands, so the mountains get overwhelmed, and I thought that's what the priority and the strength system was supposed to remedy, but I can't like check that. Anyway, I made Mars. I think that was the end of last stream I ended up doing this, but I was like, this is really dumb that it looks like Mars. Like, so I was doing this before stream and then I got distracted with other stuff, but I was gonna just recolor also I'll jump in Discord if anyone wants to come chat on voice instead of text. Okay, where's our colors? It should be in recent. No, YouTube, wrong YouTube projects. I should really stop having everything called YouTube on my fucking on my hard drives are called YouTube, because I keep adding a new hard drive and then calling it YouTube. Little game, assets, colors. I just want to add like another one. I'm just going to call it like iron ore or something. So look, apparently have water. Water is just blue. I even had a picture of Mars open. I don't know where it went. I probably closed it. Nope, I still got it open on the other window. Lovely. We're just gonna like color pick up like a random orange off of Mars, and we're gonna go set this to that, and then we'll just, I guess we'll just export that for now. We have to add that color to our colors, which is in here, I think. God, I really need to clean this stuff up. There it is. Alright, I'm gonna move all this to its own module. Just because like this is a resource that I often modify, and so being able to find it without having to scroll through apps everything is going to be much nicer. Pub use block that should have fixed everything, because like what is your problem? Hide empty chunks. Did I accidentally cut too much across? Oh yeah, see, hide empty chunks should not just be randomly inserted in the middle of my fucking block. Anyway, yeah, this code really needs to be cleaned up. It is the kind of thing that I want to sick the AI on and to see how it does, but also then again, like the AI is likely just to fucking change things. Anyway, block type is private. Alright, so we have to make like all this stuff public. Okay, so pub. Well, there's a lot of duplicate stuff in here. We'll be right. Anyway, pub. Also want you to use like Bevy prelude star like so. Yep, cool chunks. So block type is apparently private. Okay, block type is public now. Cube. Alright, so we'll just commit that because it's a small change, it doesn't matter. Move block to wait frame, actually pipe, and I'm not going to push that because if anyone's following along, that's not a change that I need to care about right now. So we have to go back to our block. To go block, we have to go. Yeah, so we have water, then we have. Actually, I'm going to call iron ore. It's going to be iron. Iron ore. Because I can't be bothered trying to spell oxide correctly the first time. Block. Why has my IDE been fucking iron ox? It's 8 apparently, and then yeah. Really, this stuff's done. Yeah, why do we do that? Do we use both? No, so let's stop duplicating ID. And I guess from ID can also fuck off as well. We just block type. Okay. I'll commit that to clean up heap code. And alright. So iron oxide. I just want to go to like the hills and just make them iron oxide because I think it would kind of look cool. Where did my control panel go? Okay, let's open OBS then. Okay. Biomes, mountains. Hills. Hills don't use whatever the hills uses. They're dirt. Yeah, iron. There we go. All that because I want it to be Mars. So there's I used import because I think it's just duplicated from up there. All right. Yeah. So now that slight distractions are out of the way, and we now have Mars as our biome. I don't remember how to do it, but like theoretically, we could tweak the sun so that it causes this the day-night cycle to be like red sky. But yeah, anyway, it just looks like Mars now. I don't know why my brain says the Mars has white mountains. I think it's because the poles have like snow-capped mountains of dry ice. But anyway, I just thought it was kind of cool. Like it's fucking Mars. Alright. Anyway, yeah. So I want to be able to like basically raycast and find out like what percentage of what biomes are being used so that I can work out if it's like, am I just getting something wrong, or is the plains, because like this mountain looks kind of cool, but it's not very mountainous. It's very hillish at the moment, even though it is mountain. And I had a really cool looking mountains, and then I tweak something, and as soon as you add in grasslands, the mountains become flat. And so I think the grasslands are overpowering the mountains. So what we're going to do is we're going to whack in, yeah, just raycasting. So I guess that goes into player and like mod. I originally need to like clean up all these fucking yellow lines. There is a way to do this. If I remember that. Ooh, there's just so much stuff. Oh, also, I thought of some LOD stuff that we could do is since we have access to the mesh's scale, theoretically we could actually like work out what LOD it should be based on the scale that the user passes in, and therefore like effectively like tweak the LOD just like that, rather than having to be a separate mesh that's rendered differently. Because if we take in the LOD from the scale of the mesh and effectively go, oh, this mesh is scaled to twice the size, so we're actually only going to sample half as much. We could pass the same mesh in effectively twice, or like we could pass the same mesh everywhere and have it batched together. So that might actually work as a way of doing the LOD where it effectively discards quicker. But again, I don't think our limitation is how quickly we can discard, which is why the LOD stuff actually gets slower. Also, apparently I've disabled toggling cursor, which I find interesting. I think it's because you never actually toggle the cursor. You either tell the cursor you want it to be visible, or you tell it you want it to be hidden. Cool. Right. So we just at some point I'm gonna like at some point I'll go through and I'll hunt all the yellow lines out, because then look how long the fucking warnings are. Anyway, what were we doing? We were doing ray tracing. So mod, and we're gonna go yeah, it goes here, play control. Mod ray cast. Right. So I think we want to go something along the lines of system derive. So I guess we have to use Bevy. Use Bevy preloop like so, and then we're going to derive system param. Yeah, like that. Struct Raycast. No. Right. It's actually no. Anyway, so at the moment it takes in nothing. Can't find this in scope. Please bring in what this. Right. You don't like that? We have that. That's fine. We're going to import ray. I don't think W matters. Don't think S matters. And we're just gonna be like W, be like S. Right. Why do I keep typing re? Right. I do it again. The fuck? Raycast. Right. Right. So I don't actually remember how it is. It's like fn pub fn ray, and then so we need to say takes in self origin. I kind of feel like I can just do a transform because like just a reference to a transform because the transform's a little bit big to be a copy, but anyway. We'll do that, and then you return an option. I want to say block. Well, I guess we go vec3. I guess you can just do that. Like that's how you get that, and we're gonna go unimplemented. I just try and work out where the fuck happened to my other display. So that's my reference document. We make that own thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I got a PDF that like it's like a scientific paper. So it's only like 4 pages, but it explains the technique for fast ray matching of voxels, or retracing of voxels. So we're gonna fire I guess this is gonna be like, I guess get hit, right? And so that's just gonna return what it hit. So we should document this stuff so that like I can remember later what I'm trying to do. So let's get the position of the last block of the block hit. Gets the position of the first solid block hit by the array. Right. So this is gonna get hit, and then we're gonna say a cast ray, which does this, and then this returns a vector of positions. So this is gets the path. Yeah, I mean, true, but also this is I don't know about this specific one that I found, but there is a notoriously famous white paper on ray tracing in voxel worlds, where it's like every single time you see anyone talking about ray tracing, like when they're making like, oh, I made a voxel ray tracing engine, they refer to this one paper, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's how you know it's a good paper. And I think if it's not this one, this is like a summarized, condensed version, because this is like what people talk about is the idea that there's a diagram somewhere. This idea that like from a block you can work out the nearest block by taking like applying this algorithm. You can effectively work out is this face or this, like which edge is next, and then by that you can either step 1 in the positive or negative x and then check again, and you basically keep like, so it checks every single intersection where the rays cross. That tells you the next block, and it's a really fast way of doing it, as opposed to like casting a ray, working out where those rays would intersect with planet. It's like no, you just go, when is my next ray? Because the idea is, I guess I'll put it back while I continue explaining the concept of why this algorithm is really fast, is that you'll notice that we hit here, and then we hit here, and then we, like, the idea is, and then we hit here. Like, these three are actually the same, I think. Is it this one? I think it's this one, this one, and this one. But, like, the idea is that, like, no matter what angle you're on, you're always going to actually step through the same, like, 6, like, triangles, basically. So, like, if you kept following this ray, eventually you would end up with another one where it passes just across this corner, and then you end up with another. Like, the idea is that it's just a repeating pattern. And so once you've calculated it, you just do a loop, and the loop should be a fairly hot loop because there's only, like, 6 possible, like, edges that you could be, like, 6 steps you could be taking. So the data should all end up in the cache really quickly and then, like, stay there. Get path of gets the path of the ray inputs. I guess maybe, I don't know, because I've never actually seen them treated very officially outside, like again, like, treating them like they are scientific papers sort of thing of, like, yeah, but, like, I remember in like, crypto, there was a hell of a lot of oh yeah, like, we wrote a white paper, and the white paper was like, yeah, we're gonna do crypto, and it's like, it's not really a white paper. Like, I think they used to be a lot more of a, like, you had to actually have, like, a thing that you were gonna write, like, a technical document being, because, like, a white paper is different to a scientific paper, if I remember, because, like, white papers are about technical implementations. They're, like, describing effectively, like, the architecture is used white paper, and then the actual implementation is different, where it's like, yeah. Yeah, so, like, but, like, crypto fucking, yeah, because it's, yeah, I think crypto killed it, because it used to be that a white paper was just a technical, like, a technical document explaining, like, not an implementation. It was purely like a architecting, like, bigger picture thing, and anyway, when you treat it that way, like, they're not scientific papers. They're not claiming to be correct. They're stating, this is the pattern we're following. This is how we're implementing things, and therefore they could be flawed. And that was, I guess, the idea of writing them, was that people could be like, actually, this is a flaw, or people could reference back to them and be like, well, this is what they said they were doing, and this is what they actually made. But so a little bit weird, because, yeah, again, like, I think crypto was using them because it gave them an air of authenticity. Oh, no, we're writing papers, and it's like, yeah, you're writing implementation details, not the same thing. But yeah. Anyway, so this and this and this and this. So we need I guess we need chunks, and this is where I'm gonna have to end up fighting this thing again. It's like RC papers outside tech. Think that yeah. So hey, I had an idea and requesting for comment. Yeah, or not necessarily, like, also, like, it doesn't necessarily have to be a request for comment, but it can be like, because I think you said you were, like, the lead. It's like you're writing this and being like, hey guys, so, like, if any of you have questions, I've written it all down. Like, it's a way of being like, this is the official ground truth of, like, our implementation. This is the plan from the beginning. Like, and then it's like, you know, no plan survives contact with the enemy. Idea of, like, you wrote that down at the beginning. This is what we had planned, and it's like, we can compare it at the end, sort of thing. It's like, it's a way of, like, a formal declaration of intent, I guess, would be, like, a way of phrasing it. But yeah, and everyone thinks that they have to be correct. Like, oh, if you copy the white paper, it's like, no, the white paper is just purely someone saying, like, yeah, this is my idea. Yeah, eventually. Oh, okay, so, like, RFC, I don't know. Oh yeah, the RFC is a request for comments. Like, yeah, exactly. They still call that. I know Rust has a lot of that, where it's like, oh, I hit, like, there's a discussion going on. You can go comment on the discussion, like, of the actual language being implemented, and it's, some of them are really, like, interesting to read, and some of them are just people squabbling, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, this is like an official, like, language implementation thing, and people are going like, yeah, but I don't like the way it feels. like there was one I was like, I don't remember what it was. It was trying to implement something that was like, it didn't actually really matter if it got implemented one way or another. It was very much bike shedding. And this one person was just like, no, I don't like it. I know that happens a lot with Linux and Rust, where like a lot of the C programmers are like, I don't want Rust in this at all. Even if they keep it entirely segregated from the rest of it, I do not want it there because it will bleed over. And I was like, no, not wait. So a lot of like the like old C people are like, if you keep putting Rust in, we're going to leave. And it's like, okay, like. Because it doesn't make sense because it's things like drivers. And they're going, we don't even want it in drivers. Wayland protocol on Wayland has a lot of this shit, like not believing that people could ever think of using, of knowing what. Yeah, actually, I do like, because I watched some of those like I guess it's like banter in the Linux thing where it's like there's some of the channels I occasionally get in my feed are like, oh yeah, this is what like all the drama that's happening in Linux, and it's like there is a lot of that kind of shit where it's like for some reason they decided that this is a feature that like it existed before and people were using it, and they're like, but we don't need it in the new one that we're writing specifically, and then everyone was like, can we add it anyway because it's open source, and they're like trying to hack around it, and everyone's like, no, like you can't change that because it's like that's the, oh my god, Linux is out of control. I think some people just take a bit of a power trip when they get to that position where they're like, no, this is my thing and I want what I want. And it's like, but it's open source. They can add what they fucking want. I understand the Rust side of things where they're like, we don't want, like it's like one of the people that keeps attacking the Rust side is basically saying it's not a problem with Rust, it's a problem with dual language code bases. But like he seems to have a problem like even the drivers being written in Rust, and it's like it's strange because it seems like his problem is that he doesn't like the idea that he can't break the interface because it would break the Rust side, and it's because something got stopped by Linus on a like they weren't allowed to implement a breaking change because it would break the Rust build, and it was like everyone's like, oh, so Linus has said that Rust is like official now, and then it's like, no, he said you can't break the fucking, we're in no adding new features mode, and that would break a whole bunch of shit that would require the Rust people to add new features. It's like, yes, technically, if Rust hadn't been involved, you would have been allowed to add this feature because it wasn't a breaking change on the C side. But it was a breaking change in that it would require the other people to add new features, and they were in like I think it's like, we're doing like a new official release every year, and like 3 months before the actual release comes out, they basically say it's locked. These are all the features, and now it's just bug fixing or something like that. I don't remember how their release cycle works, but it was this thing of like, he wasn't saying that you couldn't make this change. He was saying you can't make this change at this point in the development cycle. It's too late for this build. Do it on a next one. Yeah, don't break user space. Yeah, no, there was just some weird thing of like, basically, it was just like within 3 months of a release, you can't be adding new features because they have to bug test things. And it was technically they weren't adding a new feature, but because of Rust, it would have required a new feature. And then so they were pissy that they were basically saying, oh, so we can't break Rust. It's like, no, you can break Rust. Like the Rust developers had explicitly said, if you break Rust, we will fix it. It was just like, you can't break Rust like days before a release and expect the Rust people to be able to fix it without, like, with the requirements of they're not allowed to add new features to fix it because it's too close to a release window. And it's like, you know, it's such a, they keep fighting over weird shit where it's like, the dual code base argument's great, except that he's made it very clear that he doesn't actually care about that side of it. He just doesn't want anything else in there. The dual code base side's easily fixed by saying, all right, then Rust's the official language, and from now on, anything new has to be in Rust. That would fix the dual code base, but it's not that. He wants it all to be in C. Anyway, it's weird because especially like for a kernel, Rust actually makes a lot of sense. It's just that like the syntax is just different enough that the people who have been programming it for 30 odd years and have been contributing to Linux most of that time don't want to change. Anyway, we're going to actually work on this. So we need access to, we need all the blocks, I guess, which means we need access to like the lookup, which means we need to look like access the like it's like res. I think res is W, and then it's like create map chunk lookup. getting distracted by politics in fucking software. Okay. So we have our chunk lookup. So that lets us look up what chunk it is, which means we do actually need the chunk. I'm going to try and work this out today because I gave up on it last time. Just like stopped trying it and said, fuck it, I'll hand it in directly. Query. Right. So query requires all of these things. Apparently the issue is that this needs to be a static reference to chunk, which I don't quite think is correct. I think you need to be like an S reference to chunk, or is it a W reference to chunk? I don't think static works because static is maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Because you take an S, like you're an S lifetime. Like you're an S, but like what are you saying? It's actually technically it's you that's causing the issue. Derive system parameter import. Somewhere it's saying that like state needs to outlive world, or world needs to outlive state is what's happening. So we need to be like S where S outlives W. No, what about where W outlives S? Nope. But it's just saying something about like I don't know how to do it there. I remember. Anyway, we'll call it static because apparently that works. I don't think it'll actually let me compile it, but we'll call it good for now. We do a ray tracing. We do this. We do this. Okay, so we're gonna say like here's private fire array. Okay, not exactly what I was expecting. You're gonna take in a Alright, so we're gonna say like I want to do this in like maybe multiple steps. So I feel like I want to say like maybe we need to say like where struct like ray state like this, and then this is going to be like start is an ivec3, and I don't know, and it can also be that the issue is that like start isn't necessarily the case. Like path, which is going to be a vector, because then I guess it'd be like apply ray or run ray. Like yeah, but I'm trying to think of more of like a I want to pass it in of being like we go like import ray state, because technically it wouldn't necessarily get start as much as or direction. It would be like step X, step Y, step Z, or whatever it is. Like, but what I want to do is I want to be able to pass it in and say like okay, update ray, which takes in mute self, and then it would take in a chunk. Right, and this is just a yeah. Can we just say chunk though? Please import chunk. Right. Well, actually, we need chunk data, don't we? Because the chunk just holds a pointer to the data. So you take in chunk data. Cannot find type chunk data in the scope. Yeah, we'll bring that in. So we need chunks and data, which is not a query, thank you. That's an asset. So res assets Oh, I said W Tuesday. Chunk data like this. No. What do assets not have a? Oh no, it's yeah, W and then chunk data. That being that I want to give it a chunk and then it's going to return yeah, that's option. IBEC no chunk ID. Right. And then again, for my sake of like me planning this out in my head and then actually implementing it later. So that's what I call design implemented. I guess you should be a result maybe. Because the result's a way of saying like if it returns I guess technically you could keep giving it chunks. Yeah. Anyway, so you can return that. And then I guess this is a very weird type that I'm returning. So the idea is and then we document this. So we're gonna say you are traverse the array through the, this chunk. Return okay if the array hit a solid block, returns, technically I should probably make it return its own type. Yeah, no, okay. Enum, so we either hit next, which is a chunk ID, and I don't remember what the error state was. So you return that, so returns okay, traverse the array through this chunk, returns hit block ID if the array hit a solid block. So I guess you need a next chunk, or I guess chunk ID, because that's the issue that I guess is that like technically the chunk can do some weird stuff. Anyway, so traverses the array through the chunk, returns hit block we call this local. Returns hit local block ID if hit a block. Returns next chunk ID if the array continues to the next chunk. Returns none. Returns none if the array travel the maximum distance without hitting a solid block. Maybe. I think that's how it works. So I guess that means that well, I guess no. It's returns none if array reached the end without hitting a solid block. Okay. So it's done. Done. Right. So kind of works. All right. I don't know if we need the start. The start's more like current. We go like fn new, which takes in the origin origin. Apparently it can't fucking spell. Origin, which is a transform and a distance, which I guess is an F32, and the way to say, oh. Wet direction equals origin dot forward, that end equal origin plus direction times distance. Ray state is chunk ID, chunk from transform, current, which is these all truncated down. I want to say like just for the sake of it, like origin dot translation dot as ivec3, end is end as ivec3, and path is new path. Okay, I feel like we could pre-allocate enough to do the origin, maybe. I feel like I need to test this at different like steps. So you take that in. So we have to go like to the player controller, and we're gonna go, I guess, ray trace. FN test ray. We'll call it debug ray actually. Debug ray. And the idea being that like in future I'll use the debug ray to do different things. So the debug ray can be like a function that fires debug stuff. So we can say ray cast is super, apparently I called it recast there. Okay, whatever, fucking raycast. Thank you. Raycast parent private, that's fine. We can go here, we can make you public. Alright, so that should work, that should work. Input res button, input key mouse button middle. Apparently mouse button isn't a thing. Oh, no, that's right. So, yep. And then we say if not input dot just pressed mouse button middle return, otherwise oh, we need the player as well. So annoyingly we have to go player with like single. I feel like we need another player, so we need to like transform and then with camera, but we also want to be like with actually we'll just make it with player camera. We're just gonna don't insert. It's gonna make a new one. It's gonna be called with player camera, and we go up here. We go. Where's our player entity? So we'll just duplicate player entity. Like so, we can say player camera. Like so. And this is just purely a way of being able to like grab the player's camera without having to fuck around and try and get like all the stuff. Because like in theory, I know that the bottom one is always the camera, so I could like go through all of the fucking children and like I could iterate through you could take the children of the player entity and then attach, and then basically go through all those until I found one that has a camera. Ugh. But I feel like that's a really bad way of doing it, because one, it forces the player camera to be a child of the player entity, and I might want to make the camera fly around separately to the actual player that the model is controlling or something, like so we could like watch ourselves move, and then like we're not actually rooted to the like not parented to the player that's moving around. Anyway, so you do this, and we say let path equal raycast it doesn't actually do anything, so I guess we cast ray and we say the origin is player dot, I guess it's just a reference to the player, isn't it? The reference. You do your reference to the player, and then I guess we dbg right, and then we go up here and we say dot add systems to update debug ray. Now the debug ray is not going to do shit, so you know. We have to go here. When we say cast ray, can we say to get rid of the unimplemented? Then we go let mute state equals ray state new origin. Distance is going to be like 5. Interesting. I feel like distance should be a certain number of blocks, but anyway. Then we're going to dbg state. You don't apparently implement anything, and then we're just going to just vec like this because it's funny. I guess actually technically you'd return state dot right, but then you're going to go warn Raycast is not implemented yet. This is just up. So you don't apparently have debug, which is fine. We can derive debug. Debug. Okay. So you're saying you have to move. Oh, the reference. Right. So when I do this, when I middle click, it should print out the state, I guess. Like it's going to tell me basically what my starting state is when I give it the player's origin, and then we go. Because technically we're going to need to take in the world offset, which I need to still rename and fix because at the moment it's kind of dumb. But the idea being that we need to correct for the fact that the player is always going to be within the middle 3 chunks. So the player can't actually ever get out of the world center. Actually update our ray tracing to accommodate for the fact that we are not actually centered. Anyway, middle mouse. So I didn't move, which means our chunk ID is at 000. Our current is at 1, which makes sense, I think, because we're currently in block 1, and our end is 1 and -4. Our path is nothing. Okay, resume. If I point that way, 4, -4. Okay. Cool. So it definitely seems to work that if I point up, we get positive, we point down, we get negative. I'm unsure why our Z is always -4. I think we must be at -4 then. If I fly up. Okay, no, why? What's up? Why does me flying up not change the... Oh, because it... Fuck. You're annoying. I need to take in from transform. The camera needs to be the global transform, otherwise we're just always using where the camera is relative to the player, which is always the same. So that's this thing. We say that you are taking in the global transform, which is like dot transform. Ugh, I don't like that. Compute transform. That seems bad. I guess we need the global transform anyway, because the camera can only go up, but it can only pitch. So we need to take the player as yaw, and then hence we were able to be like, if I look up, it worked. If I look down, it now we're at 6. If I look this way, and then as I move, like we're getting different numbers, right? Yeah. And then eventually we're gonna teleport back, and the numbers reset. Yep. Okay. Cool. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Right, so that's working, except again we need to take in the actual offset. So offset, which is going to be where's the chunk of it? I need to fucking check. So dumb. It just needs to be a wrapper around the exact same thing. It's not, and so it's confusing. It's only because I know that the only chunk ID as a resource is the world offset. Anyway, so with this, and then we so actually we need to say let player position equal translation. Okay, wait, we're gonna say player equals player dot compute transform. Right, so we get the transform here, and we say mute, and then we say that you just take in the reference to the player. But then we're going to say that the player.translation plus equals offset. No, and then I think it's just dot offset. Right. So that should then mean that like no matter what, we always get the origin correct, because it's now, as we move around, as the world moves underneath us, we reposition we correct for that by repositioning the rate origin. So if I go to my debug and I go show global, the global position that it turns up should always be the same as the origin here, which it's not. Annoying. Oh no, yeah, chunk's right. So current is 11. We're firing more cast, but it's not auto scrolling. So let's just fly like really far over here, like stupidly far over here, fly down a little bit, and be like, fire right here. So you reckon that my current position is 42, which makes sense because the head's 1.6 up, which means when we add that we get to 42. Yep. And then -639, correct? We may actually need to keep it as a float. It's part of the issue actually. And then I don't know why that one, that seems wrong. No, I know it's 7.8. Yeah, I was reading the end, so it's definitely grabbed the right voxels. It's the issue is that like depending on where we are inside of a chunk, we may end up raycasting in the wrong direction. We could always just like not truncate it down. I don't know if that matters. And that's the beauty of it, is that we effectively only have to worry about like actually raycasting and truncating after the fact. We could just leave them as floats the entire time. So like the current, I feel like, I don't know. The end should probably be that, but anyway, same thing occurs though. Is that we're just going to traverse and do it. So it says something about step. How do we calculate the step though? Let list null. Just reading the things. So if this is this and if this is this, then the step. So we live. So how do we calculate step though? Because it just says step Y, step X. Yeah, possibly, but the issue with storing kind of anything as because the offset doesn't actually matter because the offset's just the offset. The floating point precision should be effectively very little because we're never going to fire an array more than 5 blocks from where we're currently standing. And the yeah, I guess actually if we just turned all back into integers, like the idea is it never should get higher than 16 because it's a local. Because like the idea is that like as soon as you come in here, we're just going to subtract a bunch of stuff off of it because that's where the current chunk is, and the current is just the opposite of the current chunk. So yeah, it should all like cancel out, and that we're never more than one chunk size, which is still like 64 blocks at the moment, but like for floating point precision, that's still pretty small. That's like to like a thousandth before it loses any precision, maybe even 10,000. I don't remember where the first bit of precision drops off. It's like 4 or 5 decimal places. So I'm still unsure where the step is coming from. So if x is less than y, if y is if x is less than z, then we're stepping z. If x equals just out x, return null outside of grid. T max equals this plus that, else z equals. So I mean I could write their pseudocode and then work out from there. The fuck is this object list? Then maybe I should actually read the paper instead of just the thing, but it's okay. So in recent years, ray tracing has become the algorithm of choice. I have to second approach. Right, so this seems to be not a voxel ray marching thing. This is this is ray marching in a voxel thing of like a way of producing it. Probably I am very confused about why exactly they never tell you where they get some of these numbers from. Like, what the fuck is the step? I assume, like, again, I'm trying to read the paper, but like they don't tell you anything. So we compute t delta x and t delta y, and t delta x indicates how far along the ray must move in units of t for the horizontal component for such a movement to equal the width of a voxel. Similarly, we stored the t delta y, the amount of movement along the ray, which has a... Okay, so fuck it, we're going to ask the AI and work out from there, because at least then the AI will have a fucking thing. So we're going to go like new in editor. So we're going to go to plan mode. We're going to say I am implementing a voxel based ray cast. I need the cast to step through each block. Okay, I'm planning a voxel based raycast. I need the raycast to step through each block. The path, or the block the ray would enter. Yeah. I have way out. Please make the plan for implement. Man, it would be amazing if I could fucking spell. I'm actually amazed at how well I can touch type, considering I've never actually like properly learned to touch type. I'm just like, if I could spell. And also like sometimes my brain ends up like one key over and end up like retyping the same word incorrectly multiple times. So it's fucking good. So Irish is existing scaffolding code base to create a detailed plan for the voxel raycasting implementation. Let's say your initial. Okay, so I want to do integer-based line traversal because that seems like what I actually want. Recommend best approach. Fastest that still hits. That still guarantees every block. Is in the list. Yeah, it is, because it's at the top of the list. It says it was called like whatever I clicked on was saying it was using DDA or whatever. The other one seemed better, which I think is actually the one I was thinking of, where it's like it calculates the approximate D rather than, yeah, the algorithm is diagonal differential analysis. So I think that one's saying that like that won't necessarily hit every block, because it's saying that it'll skip over blocks. Do you need to track which face of the block the ray hit for normal direction? No, just the block's position. Should get hit and cast ray return world space coordinates or chunk local coordinates? There should be like alternatives for both options, but default to, I want to say default to world, because world is the easiest to get back, like in terms of like if we cross a chunk boundary. But I also want to like say like, but please return the actual thing, like the local, because then I can immediately turn them into blocks. But I'm going to say there should be an alternative for both options, but default to the default to world, I guess, because it's easier to swap it out later, I guess. World. Should the ray calculate the distance limit dynamically, or is the current 5 fixed? Most of the time it will probably be fixed, but sometimes it might be more or less, maybe a constant that breaks in the distance. It should also probably be a U32 and use what was the fancy fucking distance thing I was using? Czechoslovakian distance. Oh no, now it's gone. My most annoying thing about the fucking chat stuff is that if you leave it, it disappears, because like I have to get back to the questions and I have no idea how to get back to the questions. Configure tool? No. No. Here, there we go. Distance, not Euclidean. I don't think that's how you spell Euclidean, but anyway, Euclidean is yeah, it's not Euclidean. It's E, not Euclid. Euclid. Okay. I wonder if the AI is going to be able to do anything. All right, fast. What did it say? I would like to read your response, AI, please. I have too much shit open now. What did you say? So you said, so that's just the answers to my questions. Okay. Okay, it's just, no, do you mean the distance limit should be measured as grid blocks away rather than actual. Yeah, that one. Yep. Cool. So I feel like something went terribly wrong with OBS, considering it seems to think that I've missed 1 million frames. 19%. Except to say 1 million, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Just out of curiosity, 1 million divided by 30, divided by 60. 9 hours of fucking stream apparently just vaporized with streams. I don't know what happened to OBS. OBS is having problems. Is the stream still live, or like did it die? Yeah, I didn't know that either. I discovered it. I know it was last stream or the stream before. I was fucking around and I typed in distance and I went, oh, what's this distance? And I googled it, and basically it's like a chessboard distance where it's effectively the distance, yeah, the maximum. So it's like if it's within one step, within 2 steps. Oh no, it said that's how much space I've got. It says I've got 3 terabytes of free space. This space available. So it's good through. Yeah, what's confusing is that apparently the frames missed to rendering lag is over a million, which is like, I am rendering at 30 FPS. So that's like I said, it's like 6 hours of stream apparently just evaporated, but they never existed in the first place. So I feel like it got stuck on a single frame or something. Because it says skipped frames due to encoding 0 out of 115,000. So if we just do like quick math on that one, I don't know what did I just like close my calculator? So it reckons that I have done 112,000 frames. I spell 112,000 frames at 30 FPS, and then so about an hour of stream. And like if I go to this and go, how long has the stream been running OBS? You reckon, yeah, so an hour and 2 minutes. So basically it's saying it's missed 0 frames, but somehow it's frames missed due to rendering lag. It's rendered 7-8 million frames, so it must be rendering at like a much higher frame rate than 30. Yeah, so it's obviously rendering more than 30 frames a second, but only encoding 30 frames a second. So I honestly, it probably hit some kind of weird thing where it tried to render something and rendered like 1 million frames or something in like a second. Anyway, so it says, yeah, perfect. Now I have enough context to create a detailed plan. So plan, voxel raycast with grid traversal to implement based voxel traversal algorithm that steps through each block of the ray intersection. Refactor ray state to support parameterized distance and coordinate offset modes. Implement incremental traversal with chunk via chunk ray update, handle chunk boundary transitions, and support both world space and local space offsets outputs. Steps. So refactor fundamental. So extract ray state, add fields. So it needs step X, step Y, step Z. Direction signs -1, 0, and 1. Okay. Oh, okay. So the step is when we move, which way do we? Okay. And then the T delta X and the T delta Y is time to next grid line per axis, and then the T max X and T is accumulated time to next grid cell crossing, and then the max is the distance limit to each grid block, not ray length. Use world coordinates Boolean output mode. I don't think that's what I meant, but anyway, refactor this. The fuck is autopilot? We'll find out. Okay. Well, can you read this while it's doing stuff? So like This seems good. So refactored new, initialize this, extract ray direction from the transform.forward, compute the T delta per axis 1 divided by direction component. I'm assuming it's still running. It is. It gave me some changes to look at, but still running. Compute T delta per axis, and then compute initial T max, compute step distance, and then keep signature add direction parameter as option. Direction is const 5. Okay, no changes to current end storage yet. They become redundant, but keep during transition. Okay, implement core steps. Okay, so add step ray helper method advances ray by 1 voxel, not public. Find minimum T value which axis is stepped on, increment current long x-axis by step. Update the yep. Okay, and then increment the distance counter. Return the did step hit limit tuple to signal if the distance limits exceeded. Okay, implement update ray in ray state, traverse 1 chunk. Start with current block. Okay, loop. Call step ray repeatedly for each voxel, query chunk with get block. Okay, if solid block found, return hit current. If next crossing is to new chunk, return next chunk ID. If hit distance is limit, return done. Okay, track boundary when any coordinate crosses chunk boundary size. Okay, implement raycasting method. Implement raycast cast ray. Collect full path. Depends on step 4. Okay, initialize ray state. Loop call get chunk entity path chunk data to the ray. On hit, push position to path break. On next, transition to the next chunk, continue. On done, break, no hit within range. Okay. Convert. Okay, so we probably should have told it to do like a if we pass in like a on solid, so that way I can like raycast and return all the blocks it hits. Convert current to world coordinate if use world coordinates true. Add chunk offset. Okay. Return path vet. Okay. Implement raycast get hit. Return first solid hit depends on step 4. Similar loop to cast ray, but returns immediately on hit. Returns option if chosen in chosen coordinate system. Return none if no hit distance limit reached. Okay. Check boundary transitions. Wait, what do you mean manually testing in game? Okay. I didn't see it launch the game, but apparently it's doing that. This is my version of the game, not its, so it can't be that because that's not been recompiled. Add chunk local to world helper to convert local block coordinates to world coordinates. Takes current chunk ID and local block. Compute chunk offset as IVEC plus block as IVEC3. Return IVEC3 world coordinate. Handle negative crossings to update ray when current crossing is negative coordinate. Wrap correctly. Chunk math should handle if -1 then comes. Okay, if current x becomes -1 from chunk x equals 0, that chunk x minus equals 1. Support coordinate modes. Operate layers, use world coordinates. Okay. Verification, add debug visualization. Draw a line from the player's eye forward. I'm curious if it's going to do this because this is actually something I was going to implement, where we're going to use Bevy's I think they're called gizmos, to basically render the line and also every voxel that it thinks it hit, so that we can actually check that it is in fact hitting voxels correctly. Manual test, walk around, check ray follows gaze direction, verify all blocks along ray included, not skipped, verify hitting solid blocks transit. So I think it's having a little bit of an issue. No, apparent. Okay, That's kind of scary. Apparently it's running it in the game. Like apparently it's actually like launched its own copy of the game and it's now like actually playing the game. Okay. I started implementing the box. Okay, let's just like read what it changed while we wait for it to be done. So what did it do? So it says like get block checked. Right. Cool. We don't need to check the negatives because I like it. It's like I didn't add this function, so it's like okay, we'll add that function. So yeah, you can keep that. Okay. Kind of cool that it did this, so that all coordinates are in world space. Chunk boundaries are multiples of chunk ID. Local. I love that it documented the fucking thing that it's doing, and it's like importing stuff and world offset, which now the ray trace pulls in itself. That's interesting. I don't like that because I'm passing it by the player, which means that it's now going to be doing stuff. So get hit with distance. Default ray block distance is 5. Interesting. Okay. Okay, get ray with distance. Cast ray with distance, and it's casting a ray. So self.update ray, hit push next, done. And okay, any running blocks. I wonder what the AI is actually up to at the moment. So we're gonna like close some more of this shit. And go, hey, what are you up to? Are you done? No, you're still currently reading it and done. Create a bunch of to-dos. Voxel array complete. Wait, is it done? No, it's still working. I wonder what it's up to. So, you know, we've gone through this. It's going to say, like, all blocks, state, ray state, new origin, max distance. So we say loop, and then we say chunk, and then we say state.chunkid, and then we say get the current entity and data. So chunk entity, look up chunk entity else. Ray exited loaded chunks. Okay. I didn't see it. Like, maybe it is. Maybe it is waiting for me, but like, I find it. Hey, okay, so check the to-dos and it says it's working. The user can now test in-game and make, okay. Weird, because it confused me because it says it's working. Like it didn't stop and be like, okay, now do. All right, so it's waiting for me to. I'm just going to read through the code though a little bit more. So it's interesting. So yeah, this is good. So it breaks if the ray's outside of the thing. Otherwise, we get the chunk data and we go. I do feel like maybe we should be like, hey, if you actually find a chunk, maybe print some errors. But anyway, traverse this chunk. So we say self.update with the chunk state, and if we go hit it and we push all blocks and we push this. My confusion with this is that it does that. And we say next. So when we update ray, traverse through a single chunk, collecting blocks until hitting a solid block and exiting the chunk. So it updates ray and traversing ray. Internal helper to get first hit. Interesting. All right, well, I guess we just run the code because, yeah, why not? I don't think it did anything to visualize it though. Like, I didn't see any code that touched the ray tracey bit. So, I mean, if it compiles, that's good. Okay. So, did it do anything? I'm gonna write my own fucking thing, aren't I? So it reckons that the path is just excuse me, but like, are you actually hitting anything? It just returns one thing. It's not actually returning the path. So I guess I need to tell it that, don't I? Anyway, we need to go back down to our like player controller, our debug thing here. So we do debug print out the path. It's the issue is that, okay, so so I do need to like get the block from that. All right. So annoyingly, I think I need to do something like along the lines of this needs to be like a sub system parameter, like Raycast needs to wrap something so that like I can request certain functions from it, in that like lookup chunks and data and even world also, I guess, all let me like, no, what else it doesn't. Lookups, chunks and data will let me like access a specific thing. Like I can like request a block, and that, but that would then require me to implement that everywhere. So I kind of need that to be its own thing. But anyway, for now we're gonna go. So I think I've already got something for doing that, but yeah, we'll just have like a get block type, which is going to be ray. Just takes in not ray state, ray cast, and then block. Just this, and we go to the end here, we just go hey, we go okay, so let chunk equal chunk id from translation block dot from vec3 block. Right, I assume that's no, that just does that. So I guess we need to do like a pub from block position, which is an I vec3, please, and then you would just be from vec3, please inline always. You can also probably inline always, and then you just divide by 5. As I32. Right. So we do that. We're here. We go, hey, let this from block position. So we take in the block position. Was it ray? It's just called Raycast. Right. So we take this in. We get the block. So we either get the chunk ID, and we're going to say I don't know what the AI is up to. We're just going to tell it to keep so that it stops fucking doing whatever the fuck it's doing. It's like modifying shit. Alright, so we need to go let some so void, because we'd be outside of the map. Let okay, chunks get return void, which is why we kind of need an air, don't we? Like get chunk. Unwrap void. It's because like air would imply that we're actually we're inside a chunk, whereas a void implies that we actually return an error block. Anyway, get block type. So I think I did that correctly. So then we go back to here and we go player controller void here, and we say, hey, so pass this, and then we say for block in path. Can we say print line hit block at hit at right, then we say recast apparently, get block type, pass in raycast block, and then block. So apparently you don't implement display. That's fine. I'll just make you keep that. Right, and then I don't care about this anymore. So now when I do it, It should like tell me the block that it hit. Now it's supposed to print out the whole list, but it doesn't. So I guess technically what we should do is have it okay, so it's just first off, why are you casting so goddamn many rays? Is the better question. Have I got you? No, you just pressed, so it should literally only be firing one ray. Excuse me, but why are you firing so many fucking? So I mean, it's hitting void and stone, and you're hitting void. How many times are you fucking running though? Well, it's hitting once. It's only doing it once. It's also apparently it's like clobbering void now. Look, now it's doing it dozens of times. Why? Interesting. Right, anyway, we'll debug it in a minute. I needed to actually like return all of the fucking things. Thank you. So also we should probably not print line. We should probably print and then comma. The primary reason for saying, okay, so we're going to say like here, and you're like, you go here and you go print raycast hit this many blocks, and then you do print like this, right? And then yeah, I guess we print an empty line. The idea being that we will effectively like print out all of the blocks that like, but it'll tell us like one ray printed all these blocks, because apparently it's actually generating a path, which is I find kind of strange in that like when I was testing it before, the path was only one long, and so ray hit 11 blocks, which it's saying it hit void, iron oxide, stone. I guess that kind of makes sense. Anyway, if I fire this way, does it hit snow? Iron oxide, stone, iron oxide, stone. Apparently we're not close enough to the snow. I feel like it's firing out of somewhere like incorrect. Anyway, you hit stone, you hit stone. Yeah, it's like it's definitely not actually firing from the right place. Now we're just underground. Now we're above ground again. Right, we probably should modify it to return air if it's inside and void if it's outside. So void, which means that you are just actually just like not firing in the right place. That's fine. We can turn our debug and we can turn on like a global and be like, where the hell am I? I need to be able to see the console apparently. So are you actually even hitting the right blocks? You are kind of, but not. Okay. So you hit stone if I like look directly down. If I look directly up, you're hitting stone. So apparently we're inside wherever we're firing from, which is very much incorrect because we are not actually inside. Oh, it probably needs to offset by a half. Yeah, that's probably like I forgot because where I'm standing doesn't actually line up with the graphics underneath. So we're actually probably inside of that mountain. So like if I go directly over the mountain, it should line up fine. We just need to be close enough to the mountain to actually like effectively be able to hit it. Am I hitting snow at any point? Void. No. 7, void, no. It is just hitting void over. Okay, it's hitting snow at some point. Alright, so we are going to tell it some issues. Now, I do feel like that might be a me issue, that at some point I'm offsetting the chunks and I'm now not offsetting the chunks to cross-reference in that, like, where the player is standing is not where visually the chunks actually are. I think, is it inside the shader that I'm doing that? Probably. I'm adding like half of a chunk or something somewhere. It's somewhere in here, but I'm like up here. We calculate like the world position, and I think we add. So it's sampling the texture. Resolve position. So somewhere in here. Yeah, we floor the position and then we subtract half of the chunk size. So that is almost certainly why it's not lining up. So basically, if I got rid of this, if I set this to 0 and say, oh, doesn't like apparently selected a semicolon. What? How did I break that? Must have accidentally deleted something. The fuck? Oh, I shift, yeah. Okay. Anyway, I shift zeroing instead of 0. Okay. So it's doing some kind of weird shit. But the idea is that now when I'm underground, I hit the block. And now when I'm above ground, I actually hit the void. But it's technically not fucking up the Raycasting coordinates. Their coordinates are correct. It's the rendering coordinates that are wrong. Yeah. I don't quite understand why. I think we're not wrapping the thing. So like, if we don't re-offset it back to zero, the chunks put 0 in as their thing. But yeah. So I don't know if we fix the shader or fix the code, because I think we fixed the code, because the reason the shader is doing that is because our meshes go from -1 to 1 to, again, minimize floating point errors. We go from -1 to 1, so we're like cramming less shit in. We get effectively the largest range of positive values. So that's why we re-offset back to 0. So I think we need to tell the AI. So there's a few things we need to tell the AI. So okay, 1. Can you make it stop? No, make it not stop until. Can you add a flag to stop on solid or keep going? 2. The chunk position, well, the voxel position inside the chunk is half a chunk size of. You need to subtract chunk size, size divided by 2. Okay. The voxel position inside the chunk is half a chunk size off. You need to subtract chunk size divided by 2 to correct the from the camera to get its position correct inside a chunk. I think that's actually just it at the moment. Okay. Flag and fix the chunk local origin offset by subtracting chunk size. User edit says, so I'll not now patch against the current version only. I'll stop continuing. I do find it interesting that it actually seems to actually. It's not. Maybe it is during world gen. It's that technically we're sampling the origin of the chunk, like we're using the world coordinate to sample the local coordinate inside the shader, but we have to correct for it because the shader doesn't seem to work if you get a negative value, like it's not wrapping properly. So the idea is that anywhere it goes negative, it becomes nothing, and that's why we have those square offcuts, is that like they're the positions where the voxel becomes negative for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. I think stop mode. Stop on solid, continue through solid. Sure. Just gonna go with that and then go, hey, are you done? Are you waiting for me to do something? I think so. All right. Build check. Cool. Check's passed. Okay. Next step. I can do, if you want, write the debug middle mouse call to toggle between stop. No, I don't. No, I just. It does need to render it, but like I don't need it to toggle between them. I just want it. Consider changing the field to be a unit type split. Okay. Question. Now it's just stopping on every block. But I think it is correct now. It's like, we're hitting iron oxide, we're hitting void, which means it's actually correctly sampling the block. But now it seems to be stopping on every block. It now only ever traces one block, regardless of if it is solid. So it fixed the issue, but now it just, you know. Oh, God. I think I noticed that issue before, is that it's actually like only ever adding it to the list when it hits something, and therefore, if it never hits a solid block. Raycast with options. Am I just raycasting the wrong thing? Possibly. Am I working on something? Evaluating. Alright, then we're gonna add some rendering so we can actually like work out what the fuck it's doing. Like, is it actually firing an array in the right spot in the right place? Okay, so I'll be double changes. Okay, so I'll patch. Okay, so did it find the? I'll patch the check space conversion so that chunk lookup and local voxel indexing stays consistent when the new camera offset. Next, I'll run a compile check, make sure it still works, verify the debug helper so that it still helps so so apparently it's saying it's my fuck up. No, that doesn't seem right. That would just imply I'm sampling the wrong block. But like, yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, it's possible that it was my code that was wrong. Interesting. I have to grab a drink of water or something at some point. Okay, so it's definitely still wrong, like the fact that maybe not. So if I'm just a few blocks up, 6 blocks, hit 6 blocks, which is apparently void. Alright, something's still wrong. I think what's wrong now is probably the sampling position. Which I think is actually my fault, because what it's saying is that like I cast my ray and then I get no, that should be right. Okay, it's broken it again. I don't know what it changed. Alright, so I guess next is to actually just start making it visualize shit properly, because it seems to be broken. So we need to do a couple of things. So we need to say, okay, so old, which is gonna, so you're like struct ray gizmo. We derive component. Right. So we have our ray gizmo. So we can say old, which is a query for entity with Ray Gizmo, we need commands. Right, so I do feel like I could probably do a little bit of fuckery with the main Ray Gizmo, but I don't actually care. And we also want, I want to say gizmos. Like, I think you can just do that, and then we can just be like, gizmos dot line, and then we just start the line at player dot translation, end the line at player dot translation plus player dot forward times 5. And like color red. Okay. Color linear RGBA. Now, the issue with this is because it fires perfectly out of the player's head and perfectly forward, you can't actually ever see this line, which I find fun. So we will have to tweak it, because if we do this, like effectively this is going to result in the line like basically getting drawn continuously, but like perfectly straight out of our head, which means we can't actually see it. So I think we need to think the way you do it. So like, see how it's like you can only see the line as an error. Like if we're moving and drawing the line, we can see it, and it's because we technically I believe moved before the line gets drawn. Otherwise, it's perfectly in front of us. So what I think we can do is basically go minus 0.1. And I believe that should effectively move the line ever so slightly below the center of our camera so that we can actually see the camera, but it's so slightly below the camera that will actually still look like we're coming directly out of the player's forehead. Like, look, effectively, we will still be able to see the line. Not quite. Unclear why the line translation player forward times 5. Why did the line do that? Like, that's the end. Why is the start over there? Oh, is it because we're using the translation? No, the translation should be right. The forward should be right. Like, it shouldn't be doing that. All right, the answer is fuck you. We're gonna do a separate thing. We're just gonna make permanent gizmos instead of... Yeah, but it shouldn't matter because it's basically I'm drawing a line that's 5 meters long and I'm moving it by 10 centimeters from its origin. So yes, it might end up outside my head, but it shouldn't end up pointing at the world origin. No, I'm using global transform, so that again, it shouldn't, like the global transform. The idea is that I'm basically saying put the point where the player is, like where this transform is, and 5 units forward of the transform, put the end of the line. And for some reason, moving the point origin by like a tiny amount suddenly causes the line to, so something's not getting calculated correctly. Anyway, we're just going to make it a temporary line, a permanent line. So what you can do is you can be like, I think we need gizmos to be the res mute assets. Gizmos? I believe it's a gizmo asset, isn't it? Like that. So you do that, and then you say, so for entity in old, entity despawn. So clean up old gizmos. Then we go here and we say commands.spawn a gizmo asset. I think it's just like gizmo, and then the handle And that's going to be gizmos.spawn, gizmos.add, and then a gizmo asset, which is new. Oh, you're annoying. Let gizmo asset new new, and then we say asset, and then can I just like default the rest of you like this, right? And then we just go asset dot line, and then we just say player dot translation plus player forward times 5 and then color line red. So this should just make a permanent line, which means I can fire it and then I can move and see where it actually like fired from. But again, like none of that should matter because like the player and the camera are parented to each other. So like when I fire this line, yeah. It's not cleaning up the because I never gave it the gizmo line. See, that's what it should look like. There's something about the fact that like maybe it's because 5 units isn't as far as I thought, and you know, moving it by 0.1 is effectively like we're coming like over here by moving it like 0.1, so it looks like it's firing off in a random direction. I just find it really weird that it does that work. Sorry, I'm doing fun. I also feel like 5 apparently is not far enough, which doesn't make sense to me. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap this in a ray gizmo, and then because now we actually clean it up. The ray gizmo should now actually clean up the thing. Also, what's fun about that is that we can actually, in theory, like I think put all the squares like it seems to have a buffer, which means that we can actually like clean up all of them at the same time. You see what I mean? Like if we fire and then move backwards, the ray looks kind of wonky. This is what was happening. Is if we move ever so slightly, like the ray is inside of the camera, I think is what's happening, and it's just doing real wonky looking shit because it's probably going through the clipping plane and all sorts of stuff. That's why like just the tiniest bit of movement made it look like the ray was dancing, and because the ray was always going to exactly the center of the screen. Very weird, very weird. I should have just made the offset ever so slightly smaller. Anyway, so that fires the ray, and apparently that ray is five units long. I'm having a hard time believing, but I guess it is 5 units long. It's just that like when you fire away, it just feels so small. Right. The next is to go like, hey, so you do this. So I guess technically we should do the gizmo right at the end, because then we can do other funky things to the gizmo. Like we can say, hey, here's your path, here's your path, here's your path, and we say, hey, you get block, and go, hey, so these are the blocks you hit. So we can be like asset dot square cube 3D. Where's a curve? Cube. And then its transform is just block dot. Now it's only going to work in the original. That work? No. Dot into. That works though. And I'm going to say like sure. That apparently that's not correct. Linear. Yeah, no, linear RGB. So like, I guess like you can be like 0.1, and then you can be like 1. No, apparently this transform doesn't work. What do you need? It's transform point. The fuck is a transform point? Transform point. Okay, so can we say like block.asvec3? No. Transform from translation block.asvec3. Dumb. I think it's because there's transforms and there's isotransforms or something, which is like a specifically for gizmos. Both of which would give you different like things, but I think the transform, because like one doesn't need a rotation or something. Anyway, so apparently, okay, very confusing. So the ray, oh yeah, because players relative to local. Okay, so very much we're firing the ray in the right spot because the ray is coming from the player. So we just need to make sure that we subtract when we give this its position. We need to be like, before you convert this, can you be like block plus ray dot offset. Apparently offset's private. We're gonna go to ray trace world offset. No, just make it public. I don't want this because the AI will latch onto that being something important and they'll fucking try and use it. Dot offset, world offset, dot offset. Wait, okay, fine. You get to be out here then. But I also think we need to subtract the world offset, so we could calculate the block and then we subtract the world offset from it. And then that should like correct it for whatever chunk we're in, which it's still going to be in the wrong spot, I guarantee that much. But like it'll I guess mean that like we don't have to worry about making sure that we're in the origin chunk when we fire it. Because when I was firing it, like it was kind of working, but then like as you can see, like they're getting really far away. So it's over there somewhere. Wait, why is it despawning? Oh, I bet it's because it's not. Because when the world teleports, it moves with it. Right. So I should probably parent those to the world. I actually have no memory of what I moved. I think I moved. I need to check when I move the player. Right, it's here. Do I move? Move the universe, not the ship. Do I move the world? No, I move every chunk block. So I need to actually grab the chunk block that it's. Interesting. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to work out, I guess. Is if I directly do this, it should be correct because I'm asking the AI to give me where the block is, and the issue at the moment is that the block is rendering in the wrong place. So the idea is like if I fire the ray, where the ray fired and where it actually hit blocks should be the same. Like the blocks it checked should actually be correct, which means that it's gone the wrong way, I think is what's happened. Unless it's supposed to be plus offset, but I don't think that's correct. So the AI has actually gone the wrong way. It should have been adding the offset, not subtracting the offset. Just by how far away it is from where the laser. I'm just trying to get this wrapped out in my head. What the fuck was I doing wrong? So when I was firing, I need to parent it to the So we have access to the lookup. This is what I'm saying. I need this to be a world thing so that I can be like, please look up this thing instead. Because I believe I can look up a block and it'll just like tell me the block that it's in. So we're gonna like child of, and then we'll be like, your parent is raycast.lookup.get block. for chunk ID, it really doesn't actually matter. Path.last. Right, so if we get to here and we say, let I guess root equals if path dot last, if let some last path dot last raycast lookup get raycast dot lookup dot get block. Ironically, different block entirely. Chunk ID from block position, last block, like that. Guess you get to do that, don't you? And then like as else none, right? And then we go do this, go let g equals this. I think I need you to be mutable. Mute g equals this, and then we say if let some. Actually, just do it up there. That seems much more sense. So spawn that in, and then if it exists, because that means we don't have to bother with this bit, we can just do that bit. When you say if let some let well, I guess it's just like end. I think that's how that works. So you can like pull in more and more stuff. It's kind of cool that you can do this. You can like chain things where you can be like, hey, something about path being borrowed. Right. Block. Your client, so I can just reference you. Right, so then you go here and you're here and you're here, and then you go g dot insert child of r. Maybe missing an else case. Like this, because it returns something. There we go. So that should mean that now when the world moves around, the chunk stays inside the world. Because yeah, the idea is that where the ray is fired from is quite clearly where the player is. And then when we do the raycasting, the blocks that it returns should also be where the ray was fired. So the fact that they're not, like the fact that like the blocks are over here, that these are the two blocks it thinks it hit when I fired this ray, implies, first off, that the ray isn't the right length because it should have hit way more than 2 blocks. But see how they're over here, which is the next chunk over. Yeah, well, an ECS is completely flat, so Bevy builds the hierarchy itself. Like, the hierarchy is an abstraction on top of the ECS. The ECS has no child-parent built-in, like, thing. So, it's a little bit weird that they spawn so fucking... Right, yes. So what's happening is when I'm parenting them, they're not fucking being offset correctly, which is then removing them. So the idea is if I'm not in the original chunk, like it means that they do stay put, but I need to be in the right chunk when I fucking fire the laser. God damn it. I'm getting to this. They're getting corrected is the way that that's working. So I guess when we make the fucking gizmo, we need to offset by... Because there's always going to be a block. So you need to just be like plus raycast dot world offset dot offset. I think actually minus, because like again, like we need to correct for the fact that so it's still going to result in those ones being broken, but wait a second. No, we're offsetting by world offset here. Why is the okay, so the laser is now firing from the right place. Okay, right. So the laser is coming out of my face in the right spot. And then this doing some kind of weird ass fucking thing. As you can see, like the issue is that when I fire a laser, apparently again it's only working in the fucking origin chunk. Way to go. Try my global position. Let me find the fucking origin chunk again. Does it work again? No. Wait, how the fuck did I break it entirely? Oh, I need to... That's what's going on. Play, debug, show chunk ID. I need to get... No, not my chunk ID. Offset. I need to get my offset back to 0. Which implies flying below and then back up. And then apparently I need to go... This is going to be horrendous. Okay, do I go this way? No. Well, I kind of do, but like, I'm not axis aligned at the moment. It's making it very hard. There you go. Alright. So that implies that it is not minus. It must be plus the ray. Plus the ray. I mean, I could have found that out really easily by doing plus minus and then working out whether it was the end or the beginning that was in the workshop. It does make me think that maybe the issue is also this should also be plus the offset. Yeah, I probably should add a bunch of things to teleport me back. Right. So the idea is if I come over here and fire a ray, well, they seem to be in the right spot. But the line not be in the right spot. Okay, never mind. They maybe do not appear to be in the right spot. Yeah, I know. What I'm confused about more is the fact that the cubes seem to be correct, but the laser isn't correct. I'm putting something in the wrong spot. Honestly, I actually think that minus is correct because those cubes are in the right spot, and it's that it's here. We need to say that your transform is from translation and is like a negative. Or is it 0? Parenting, I think, is taking the local, which is causing issues. Was it 78 raycast dot world offset dot offset. Right. So this is either going to make it much further away or much closer. So we need to fucking offset the laser or whatever. Cubes. They're also technically doing two different things, which is probably not the correct thing to be doing. Yeah, so I'm definitely offsetting that by the wrong amount. As you can see, like it's now going over there. Which makes me think that actually I'm just not supposed to be offsetting the laser. Because again, the laser should go where the player is. I just need to correct that when I insert the laser onto the... Yeah. It's a little bit silly. This is just not the right way of doing this is what's happening here, because like basically all that's happening is because it's not parented, and as I move the world around, I need to make sure it's sticking to the world. I mean, in theory, I should probably just actually be moving the world around. That would probably be smarter. Like, at the moment, I'm moving blocks, but, like, all the chunks are actually inside of the world anyway. What the fuck? Right, so as I get further from the origin, it gets further from the origin, which means that your location is actually negative of this, so that when I move away from the origin, you move the other way, not compounding on top. Okay. Yeah, so then we put the ray in the right spot, and then apparently we're offsetting by the world position, but that's because we need to correct back to the chunker thing. So our laser is working again. Yeah, we got that weird thing, but because like now the laser's going the other way, I think. Honestly, no idea where the laser went. Okay, that is very strange. Okay, I'm not following. The chunks aren't moving directly. The plan was to shuffle the planes around. It wasn't working with how the shader was set up. Was the big issue with that. And again, I'm trying to like use the built-in Bevy stuff. So what was happening was I was having a hard time. Like it was I think it was just crashing or something because when I shuffled the pointer around, it wasn't keeping the pointers in the right order or something. I don't remember. I had issues with it, so I just started moving the actual world around. We'd still have been having the same issue though, because what's happening is that like when I fire a new ray, the it's not fucking parented to the right spot. Right. I guess the answer is fuck you and just don't bother with doing the parenting. So leave all this the same. Let me just leave this 0, 0. So if I just don't offset it, then the ray should always work. And then the idea being that like wherever I fire the ray from should render correctly. And then we're subtracting the block so that like, right, so if I come over like here, if the laser moves with me, but then when I refire it, this is probably the better way to do it. Is just effectively it's always in the right spot in terms of like it's always firing. Oh, that's interesting. Where the fuck did it go? It's not hitting any. It's over there. Right. So I at least somewhat know. The idea is that like it's always relative to where I am. So I can fly around, and if I move too far, the ground will move underneath me, and therefore the ray won't actually line up with what it was hitting. But like theoretically, it's still actually like firing the ray in the correct position. So what's confusing? Maybe I'm supposed to be adding the ray's position would definitely be wrong. Adding the offset is just going to result in those blocks getting further and further away. So subtracting the distance is correct. I need to, the AI I think's flipped the like block or something, or maybe it's sampling the wrong block. So this is going to make, yeah, the blue's now getting even further and further away. Okay, so that's still ridiculous. So it's sampling the wrong spot basically, which also I think it's like sampling the wrong block and everything. All right. So I'm just going to tell it that made it worse. Now it doesn't even get the correct blocks. Can you undo this? Right. So I guess we work out what's going wrong with it, because no. Okay. I'm what that is it's trying to use the git, but it's not fucking doing it. Uh, that or it's busted. There's always that. Also, I'm saying does. Anyway, does. Hmm. All right. Well, apparently we'll just restart VS Code. I think is it trying to send white space or something? Text box contains non-white space text. Okay. Doesn't every text box contain? All right. While this runs, I'm gonna go get a drink of water. I will be back. All right, it changed one line. Okay, so it just removed the offset that I told it to add, which, I mean, fair enough. I'm wondering if maybe it's just sampling the wrong block and it actually was sampling the right locations. Also, I just love to say, like, future of streaming, where you just tell the AI to do something and leave when you entertain the stream. Oh, go in. Anyway, if I fire the ray, like, oh, okay, so like apparently, oh, it's yeah. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Just do a Doug and be like, let the chair host, and everyone will be much happier. So I'm slightly confused on why the blocks and the ray seem to be offset by like 1, but like exactly 1. I'm curious though, like if I fire down until it can touch the ground, like it's still getting void. Also, is there actually 7 blocks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it appears to be working in that sense. And as soon as we touch the ground, void. Okay, so it's definitely off by like at the very least half a block, but I think that's a Bevy thing. That might be it. That might be why nothing's lining up in terms of visually, is that Bevy is making the cubes, but it's using the half cube distance, which means that like the center of the cube is the edge of a voxel. Hence, we apparently hit it hit 5 blocks. Void, iron ore. And so I think it's void, and then if we looked at that one, it would be iron ore. So we need to move them up. I guess if they're offset by that, it's plus half in every direction. So in our little player ray tracy thing, we need to say that actually you're this plus vec 3, I guess no 0.5 in every direction. It's placing the corner of the cube. No, it's placing the center of the cube where I told it, but our voxels are rendered where the center of the cube is actually at half. Like the center of a voxel, the bottom left back corner of a cube of a voxel is the 0 point of the voxel. Like if we put a voxel at 0, 0, 0, 0 is a corner of that voxel. But if we tell Bevy to render a cube at 0, 0, it'll make the center of the cube 0, 0. So we could offset the so that should say void. 5 voids. Void. 5 voids. So I now fly inside of this one and go there. So that should say void iron oxide. Ta-da! I mean, there I wrote it, but it's working. Ta-da! Okay, and then that one should say void iron oxide. Ta-da! Did it. Okay, and then if I like fire like this, it should just stop. So it should be 4 voids and an iron oxide. 4 voids and an iron oxide. Even though the laser pokes at the other side. And fire like that, it should be like 4 voids and why is it hitting 4? I'm trying to get a number other than 4. And then yeah, it's hit iron oxide. And then hit iron oxide. Apparently I'm not telling it not to stop, which is a bit annoying, but you know, whatever. And then the fun thing is I can move away and come back. And it doesn't come back. That's because I can move more than one chunk, so I've got to like actually like move past for it to come back. It's a little bit annoying, but anyway, for now, doesn't actually matter. There's a way you can do it though. I think maybe is it like, can we like g dot parent set parent in place? Okay, so like let some chunk equals raycast dot chunk raycast dot. Actually, there's no reason we can't just do the chunk. That would be kind of funny. raycast.lookup.chunk, because again it doesn't matter because the chunk is child of the get, and then chunk ID, which is chunk ID from block position. Right. If let some block equals, some chunk equals, so this would be block equals path dot get dot last and ray dot lookup get, and then block let some chunk entity. Do this, I think. No, because there are no blocks. There's only chunks. The blocks are like inside the chunks, so there's only one entity per chunk. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to stick it to the chunk. The issue was before, when I was sticking it to the chunk, it keeps its offset of 0, 0, and then got put inside a chunk that wasn't at 0, 0. So it sort of teleports away. In that, like, it needs to be correctly offset because the player is at 0, 0, but the chunk isn't. So the chunk needs to be like correctly compensated, I guess, so that the laser actually stays where it's supposed to be. We effectively need to offset the laser. So I think we need to be clear. I'm just trying to get it so set parent in place. Changes the entity's parent while persisting the entity's global transform by updating its transform. This is what we need to do. So basically, if we set its transform to 0, and then we parent it to the child, it teleports to the child's offset because it's still at 0. So by calling this function, it basically says, hey, Bevy, correct its offset so it doesn't move when we reparent it. And then when the chunk moves, it'll now be correct because it'll move with the chunk, and that's fine. Because like it's the idea being that like if the chunk's 100 blocks away, we need to offset the laser by 100 blocks so that the laser stays where it was. And that's what was going wrong. So like now we can go all the way over here, like fire another one. Like, yeah. Now, what concerned me is I'm pretty sure I saw one where it went up and back down again, which like shouldn't be possible. But maybe it was just in my imagination. I'm sure I had one that zigged and zagged. Okay. So, like, I mean, our ray tracing is working, and I think it's hitting the correct block. Like, and snow? Yeah, it's hitting the right block. Do you also end in snow? Apparently. Ta-da! Ta-da! Okay, so I also feel like I need to make air and void two separate things so that void can be returned when a block returns an error. Like void is the error block in that it acts like air, but it is like a way of indicating that actually you have in fact hit a block that's not inside of a chunk or something like that. Walking on sunshine. Whoa. Oh god, fuck. All right, so the next step, I guess, is to first off work off. I'm sure it said I could do a non-stopping cast, right? Like, but I guess I have to explicitly tell it to do that, maybe. So cast ray with distance, and this cast ray with origin with options. So the maximum distance is going to be like 10, and then stop on solid. Except I don't. Okay, first off, can you please import this? I want you to continue through solid. And then this is going to be like, let's go like 15 blocks. This is going to make a very big print line. The idea being that it should print out every block that it hits, and therefore I should be able to like probe the ground with it. right? So we should be able to like. The answer is it didn't hit the ground. So it should. Apparently, it's still not hitting the ground. So we get void, 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 iron oxide, stone, 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 void, void. That's concerning. Excuse me, but like according to my heuristics here, you are punched out the other side of the chunk, which I mean is probably exactly what happened. But you were supposed to get the next chunk, not yep, probe. So the concern here is that it seems to wrap out. Okay, so first off, we're just gonna go working Raycast. Right, because I'm a bit concerned that when I tweak something, the AI is going to break it and it's going to be hard to get it back. Okay, keep. So apparently the AI just had it right the first time and I fucked up because we weren't ray tracing where I thought we were ray tracing or something. I don't know. That or the AI changed something and then it was about. Actually, my bet is that it added it in two places and then removed it in the other ones, and that's why it was like it was broken, then it worked, but like it was actually it was worse, and then it worked again. It's because it was like the AI literally fixed it, then broke it in the same fucking patch. Anyway, the ray seems to break when it leaves one chunk. See if the AI can work this one out. I'm also curious if I fly down and fire a ray back up, will it do it? So we went void. Apparently we were in the void. So who fucking knows? Iron oxide, stone. What? Stone. Void. What? Excuse me, but this ray apparently fired down despite being up. Void. Iron oxide, stone. Okay, so the underground chunk went void, stone, iron oxide. So the ray worked and popped out by one block, but for some reason, anything I guess below 0, 0 is considered void. That's weird. Fuck knows what it's talking about. So I've checked the current chunk transition path in Raycasting and call it together bounds bug. Usually means chunk ID contain lookup space handoff. I found likely being from block position using integer division, which truncates towards 0 and gives the wrong chunk once the ray crosses the negative. Oh, okay. Thank you. So from block position. So apparently it renamed it. Also, I don't know why it's fucking with my code in here that does nothing. Stop touching it. So ironically, I think from block position, you're saying that it should be dot is it div Euclid? No, that does the opposite all wrong. No, div Euclid, and then it's I think it's this one, and then we want to say vec I vec with splat chunk. I mean, we can just look at what the AI made and steal its implementation. No, you're saying that's the bug, and then you made a new thing, which is self. We floor it. Alright, so the answer is apparently we go from translation, which is then like pos dot add vec3 divided by that's all that does. Right, and that's what the AI version did as well. Stop taking me back here. What? So you self to chunk space block. That's definitely not going to work. Why would you convert it to chunk space? Oh, wait, to chunk space block adds half a... So it did do what I thought it did. Also, please don't set that to fucking 32. Oh no, it didn't. It didn't. Okay, it did set it to half chunk half size. So the doing that just adds half of the... Okay, sure. I actually don't know if that's correct, but we're gonna trust that the AI knows what the fuck it's doing. We're just gonna also remove my one because apparently my one's just so broken it's not even worth fucking with. I'm just gonna like pretend that never existed. So it offsets the block. So it just adds 32 to the block's position to push the block into the right spot. Okay, so stone, so iron oxide, stone. Lasers. We should probably make the laser a little bit. It's too much fun. I'm gonna lose my mind. Laser. Okay, so we're gonna go back to this one. We'll go back to here. We say, where's the laser's length? So like the laser is actually 15 blocks long. Thank you. Right, laser correctly. That's lovely. So I guess next is to actually start using this thing. So we can probably stop you printing that out. So I guess like technically, because this is the debug Ray thing. I kind of feel like this needs to be its own like debuggy thing, but like the debug panel that opens, like that we can open in our UI. I need to redo the UI as well. I keep forgetting that I've got to build that thing that makes it easier to add UI stuff. I would say do that now, but like there's not, I'm not going to hopefully not be streaming that much longer. I keep saying that and then streaming for like fucking 4 more hours. But I do need to make sure I actually continue eating lunch. It's probably not good for my mental health. Just continuously skip lunch. So I feel like an hour and a half maximum, half an hour is actually the goal. So I'm going to set an alarm for half an hour to be like, maybe I should, you know, consider stopping. Timer, yep, 35 minutes. Cool, start that. But if I'm making lots of progress, I might go for another hour and a half. But yeah. All right, so we need, I guess, another set of windows. I would be adding more like flexibility to my debug stuff if it wasn't for the fact that like that's probably going to take a while. So like with child, it shouldn't take too long if I knew what I had in mind, but I hadn't thought about it enough to do it. So be like node default. So kind of want it to be a whole separate window, but like again, that already would require the thing to be show. No, it's going to be enable biome seeker. Themed text. All right. Toggle. So I guess we need to start working on our biome stuff. So like mod biome seeker. It's not going to actually seek biomes. It's kind of a poorly named thing, but the idea is I'm going to call it biome. It's going to be like where I do all the debugging for the biome stuff. So we're going to have like a hub fn enable biome seeker. So enabling the biome seeker is effectively going to go something like on it's just underscore, right? And it's on. No, so in the future it's going to be its own menu so that we can like toggle settings and stuff like that. But the way this is going to work is we're going to say on and then like activate. But I want to use like super, I think. Because again, like the debug stuff, it's so much like all the UI stuff, it's so much easier to pull everything in. So we do this and we go. There's not even like it's a whole module that I'm calling biome seeker because in my head I'm like, yeah, it's a biome seeker. I'm seeking the information about the biomes, but it's like that's such a fucking terrible name for it because it's like it doesn't actually look for biomes. It doesn't seek out biomes. It biome seeker enable biome seeker. It doesn't do like that at all. It's like my it took me what a week to rename the fucking the mesh generator to chunk generator, on which it does neither. It was called mesh generator because it was in charge of the mesh related shit, but then like I don't actually generate any meshes, so it should become something else. And like it doesn't even generate the fucking chunks either, it just queues them. It's supposed to be called chunk manager, but I can't spell manager, so I keep calling it generator. Like 90% of it is so that I can find it later, more than it is about naming it. Like it's like named tangentially related so that when I'm typing in the related words I can find it. Anyway, we're gonna also say seeker, which is a query. I like doing it this way. This is a cheeky way of doing it where we go like we need to say derive component biome seeker. I like doing this because we can say entity with biome. I think this works. So we can say something like, we need commands as well. It's like new commands. Right. So if biome seeker is empty, spawn biome seeker. Otherwise, else despawn the biome seeker. It's apparently biome seeker is more private, so we need like biome seeker. I don't think this is actually what I want to do, but maybe we can say like command dot. I guess like add observer. I don't see. I can add an observer, but it needs to be implemented observer, and then I can't get rid of the observer. So it's more like we spawn the biome seeker and we dot observe, and then we'd be like then seek biome, right? And then you're like I don't think we care. And then you're like on, damn it. Effectively, I'm just trying to make it like enable systems that we just do that. So this just enables the biome seeker. The biome seeker is not going to be a component, it's going to be a resource. And then the biome seeker is just going to be like show like Raycast biome info, right? And it's gonna be a boolean, right? And then seek biome, and this is just gonna be like you do nothing. Technically, you have the raycast, but anyway. So you do this, and then we just say, you don't even do that. You just say, fucking mute biome seeker, which is apparently a single mute. No, res mute. Single mute. Fucking AI. She's making up new Bevy APIs, which is the Bevy does not need more APIs. Dot raycast biome info equals not raycast biome information. So toggle it basically. I guess it's so we should probably call that toggle then. Wait a second. Also, you're a checkbox, aren't you? So that value changed. Boolean. No, okay. And then we need to use commands like that, and this needs to be really dumb. In that we need to go checked, and then we go. Is it command? I hate that this is how they fucking decided to do checkboxes. It's so dumb. Commands check. It's entity check dot source. I guess it's if check dot value insert checked, otherwise remove checked, and then you just equal check dot value. There we go. We can toggle. Okay, so seek biome. So I guess we need to do something like plugin biome debug plugin. It should be like debugging plugin, but anyway. So maybe like app.init resource biome seeker. It still cracks me up that this thing has nothing to do with seeking biome. Fucking last piece of shit. Alright, yep, biome seeker's false. Alright. Sure. We should be able to toggle it. I kind of want it to say a thing, but then we gotta go, it does other stuff. So add system to update. This system needs to run. No, this is not enable. This is seek biome dot run if bs res biome seeker bs dot raycast biome information. Right. So first off, we go play, escape, debug, enable biome seeker. Well, encountered a panic. Oh, we should probably add the biome plugin thing. So this is the debug menu. Init. So we have to close it. To be like app dot add plugins biome. Am I the right thing? I am. Biome seeker plugin. Honestly, it probably shouldn't be in the UI menu, but too late now. Like technically, the debug menu stuff should have helpers for generating debug menus. It shouldn't actually hold the debug menu, but we enabled the biome seeker, which didn't crash this time. I didn't do anything either, but like it didn't crash. So now we just need you to be like print line seeking biome, and then it should just. It is very much more a toggle. That's why it's a fucking kickboxer. Anyway, all of a sudden, like, I feel like I've already had the rant about it being a toggle and fixing it, like, before I read it in chat, where it's like, yeah, no, it's definitely fucking toggle. And I mean, at least I did rename it. I know I didn't. Like, I made it a toggle. It's still called enable. You're right. At least this one I know what to rename it to. The other one I was kind of going like the biome thing. I'm like, but if I change it to like from mesh to chunk or whatever, it's like it doesn't actually change how inaccurate the name was. It makes it slightly more accurate because I didn't know what to rename it. It should be chunk manager or something like that, or like chunk queue. But then that wants to be a system. There's too much other shit. Like my brain's going like, I need these names in other places to be able to use them. So it got left being called the chunk, a mesh generator for fucking ages, and now I think it's called the chunk generator, which is still wrong. Yeah. Okay, toggle biome seeker. Right. Now, seek biome. I kind of want to go like seek biome info. Right, and then we're gonna go Ray, which is our res break. It's not even a res raycast, it's just a raycast. Gotta love system parameters. Apparently I've got to pull it in from the right place. Did I make the player's raycasting abilities private? Probably. I am dumb like that. Pub use recast raycast. Yeah. Well, at least with the ID, I can just F12 and rename it later, like, and it just actually fixes everything. Like, I don't have to worry about, Ray. Fuck you. Like, pulling it all in, use create player raycast. Also, just for future reference, apparently our raycast, API is called recast, because I fucking spelt it wrong, and I'm not going to fix it now. I caught it when I named the struct wrong. I didn't catch it when I named the module wrong, so recast is now what it's called. So recast is our raycasting engine. So, yeah, there's a I caught that before as well when I was importing it from somewhere, and I went, it's still called recast. The module is called recast. I caught the raycast and fixed it, but the recast is... So the raycasting engine is called recast. If we ever publish it as a separate crate, it is recast. Recast the voxel raycasting engine. Anyway. And also, maybe this should be called a voxel cast, not a raycast, but anyway. I digress far too fucking much. Okay. Seek voxel information. This is why we need a UI thing, because I keep dumping shit into the console, and I really don't need to be dumping shit into the console. So I keep like, and I've got like enough of a UI thing that I can keep dumping shit into the top left corner like an F3 menu, which is so much nicer for like having information be like generated. Anyway, so fn seek biome. So we need the raycast. We need the something, and the something we need the inputs, which is the res button input. Here you go. All right. I think at the half-hour mark, if I haven't got this done, I'll finish this up. But I want to pivot to let's improve the code for the last hour and call it a hard out at an hour, like at 2 o'clock. Just because I think it would be beneficial for the next stream if I didn't have to keep working around my own clunkiness. But I feel like I'm never going to do it off stream. And it might be a good way to make it sure that I don't get distracted being like, well, this is interesting and fun, and keep working down something like that. Anyway, so we have our input, which really shouldn't actually be here. It should be out here because we probably shouldn't, like, we can take one less parameter in if we only fire this at the right time. Anyway, if not input dot just pressed mouse button middle. Also apparently I'm doing key codes, not mouse buttons, which is dumb. Mouse button, middle mouse button. Right. The idea being, I think everything that raycast is going to be attached to raycasting. And the idea is that like you turn on and off the functionality of like when I raycast, if I don't want to update the biomes, I toggle off the biome updating fucking code so that it doesn't run this code. Anyway, so seek biome info. We have our Ray. What the fuck? I think I may need new headphones. Yeah, that's me needing new headphones. At least you guys aren't fucking hearing it. The cable that connects my headphones to my microphone just decided it was gonna fucking feed static through. And it's done a few times on stream, like I've mentioned it. But like this time it didn't stop. It just went click, 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 which is like the speaker was moving enough to trigger the noise, which is then moving the speaker, which was triggering the noise. So it just sort of like started oscillating at like maybe 20 hertz. Click, click, click. And I know it's my headphones because if I touch that particular spot, it got worse. That, or I somehow managed to like do some kind of telepathic thing of touching a certain spot on my cable and it like not affecting the whole thing. But yeah, I need new headphones apparently. Right, so seek biome info. We have our Ray. Now here's the thing. We probably need a new component as its own. Ah, fuck, I did it again. That's really loud and that is hurting my fucking head. It's so bad. Please stop. Please stop. Ah, fuck. What the fuck? Anyway. That's a weird sound. I think that was the feedback of it doing it to itself. I put it over the microphone to try and be like, you guys can hear it, but then it fed back on itself. And that was the weirdest feedback ever, because it usually feedback doesn't just skyrocket to a whistle like that. That was very strange. Anyway. The crosstalking is like the point where the wire goes into the headphone is like damaged, I guess. I don't know, because it doesn't feel damaged, but if I twist it, it fucking starts doing it again. So I think what's happening is that like the microphone, like the headphone is able to like move on the connector, so the speaker itself is able to interfere, like the physical movement of the magnet is slamming into the connection, and the connection is just so dodgy that it's basically bouncing itself free and back. So that was it. I don't know where the whistle came from. Well, actually, that's more concerning, because if you're hearing it from the start, that implies that like it's somehow not my headphones doing it, and it's my microphone doing it, because my headphones are connected after the microphone, and the computer shouldn't be able to hear the. So that's actually more concerning, because that implies it's a different cable somewhere else that's feeding back. I also, yeah, that whistle sound was fucking strange. I don't know where that came from. I guess it's actually possible that the headphones are actually, the microphone sensitive enough, it could be picking up the headphone making the interference, and therefore I can like, it reinforces itself because the microphone can hear it, which then plays back exactly the right frequency, and if it ends up just out of phase enough, it, no, that's what I mean, is that it doesn't make sense, because my headphones are literally plugged into my Blue Yeti microphone, which means anything that comes through, as in like the interference with them, shouldn't be hearing, you shouldn't be able to hear it. It doesn't, yeah, it's confusing. Because like, yeah, and it must be feeding back into the microphone. Anyway, let's just keep moving on, because otherwise I'm gonna get distracted by this and not actually finish anything. We spent like 15 minutes on that. I keep forgetting what information I need. So I need a new component. Struct biome info text derive component. Now, actually, I can make this an enum. And then we could like do like more information about it. Because making it an enum means that we can be like main second and tertiary, third. Okay, main, second, third. Right. So the idea is that when you do this, we want to say something like let block equals ray. We actually don't know if this is going to work, but anyway, ray dot get hit. So let sum. Yeah, but that's what's confusing me, is it's an output. The output is feeding back into the input, which, like, that seems bizarre. It's also possible that it's EMPing itself, in that my, again, like I said, I'm fairly sure it's the cable that's connecting the headphone speaker to the actual lead that then goes to the Blue Yeti. So it's possible that if that's shorting, it's like causing an EMP as the magnet fucking flies back, which then would, you know, now you got a magnet moving past a copper wire, which generates a massive electric field, which then pushes the magnet away, which generates a massive magnetic field again. So it's like it could actually be EMPing itself, in the, like, it's throwing a magnet around very, very quickly, very, very hard. And then that, again, is probably feeding back on itself, is that noise that generates inside the microphone then causes a pulse off the wire that then causes them. So, like, that's why it ends up that weird clicky noise, is that, like, it's, if you end up just in the right spot, it sort of feeds back on itself, but not in, like, a frequency that we can hear, but it's just what we pick up as knocking. Very strange. Yeah, I thought the whole point was the Blue Yetis were supposed to be good. At least, like, when I bought this thing, like, 5 to 10 years ago, they were supposed to be, like, the premium brand that every YouTuber had. I think they went downhill from there. But, like, it was that idea of, like, if you bought a Blue Yeti, it's because you were, like, buying quality, not why they were, like, $250 back then. And now everyone's moved on to, like, the XLR ones that have, like, actual amplifiers and shit like that. Where it's like, but, like, for a USB microphone, Blue Yetis were supposed to be good. Hello, we're talking about my shitty setup causing feedback from my headphones into my microphone. As I try to work on raycasting stuff, I was like my brain is not keeping up. The noise really knocked my intelligence out of my ear. I hate that. When certain frequencies happen, my brain just goes, "No, I'm out." It fucking shuts down permanently. I was play up. Oh, actually, maybe we should modify Ray to fucking take that in as well. Fucking. Like. I can do that. Wow. It's this, but it's not a static, it's a global transform. But then it's a, player camera. And apparently singles take in both W and S. Okay, high hobbyist, but low pro. Yeah, but that makes sense, because as soon as you go to pro, any USB microphone is bad. Like, Blue Yeti is a good USB microphone. I wouldn't even say good starter USB microphone, because I'm going to argue that if you go from hobbyist to pro, you shouldn't be using any USB microphone. Like, theoretically, I got on my dad's shit, I could just actually set up like a proper XLR, like get a proper microphone, XLR it into fucking a mixer and all sorts of shit. It's a lot of work. It would be kind of funny though. I don't know if it sounded any different. And then you get like weird things where it's like as soon as you do that, you got got to do phantom data, power, so the microphone itself needs power. So the XLR cable is actually not at 0 volts; it's at 48 volts or something like that. And the idea is that like you're actually measuring the resistance change as the membrane moves back and forth. So the microphone doesn't need a power cable because you actually like power it through the microphone cable. Strange. I'm kind of scared to touch the fucking code in the Raycasting. This is like why you don't use AI. So I'm gonna just do something like it's gonna basically shadow the entire fucking thing and be like, and then get player hit like this, and it's just going to take in self, and it's just going to return exactly the same thing, and then like into inner, and then player transform dot to trans compute transform, like you just do this, and you do this, and you do this, and you just pass this in as a reference. Well, okay, player transform, and then you just do not into inner, you do compute transform. Yeah, okay, so like the idea being like I'm gonna just eventually at some point shadow all of the fucking versions, but with player being a way of getting access to the player one, which means that like I don't need to pull in the player. I can just say, hey, get player hit. The idea being it's a Raycasting tree. Yeah, 48 volts. 48 volts is such a weird voltage. Like I understand why, because it was it's for 12 volt batteries. The idea like, is like everything is if it needed really high power, it was almost certainly 12 volts, because it meant you could hook up a car battery to it, or lead acid technically, because it didn't have to come from a car. But like all through like all the electronics, it's like 12 volts was because you were going to hook up a lead acid battery to it. 24 volts was like I need thinner wires, so you're like I'll hook 2 car batteries in series up to it, and then 48 volts is the same again, where it's like I need even more power. So it's like everything was 12 volts because fucking a multiple of 12 because lead acid. And I don't remember how lead acid, like, because it's actually 13 volts, but like it's 2.2 volts I think per cell, but that's like floating, whereas like as soon as you pull any current it'll drop down to like 12. I think 12 is like must be the continuous current that you can pull. So the idea is like as soon as you put any load on a 12 on a lead acid battery, it goes to 12 volts. I think that's how that works at least. And then it's like if you pull hundreds of amps, it goes down to like 9 volts. But at that point you're pulling so much fucking power out of it. Okay, so get player hit. Right. I guess else we just return, because this is basically implying the fun thing about documenting your code as well in this thing is I'm going like part of it so that I don't forget. So like I skip if not from okay, only run if middle click, and then this one is only run if we hit a block. Yeah, it's all like range again, like because the more you pull out of a battery, but like I don't think lead acid's got the same like curves like lithium ion does, where lithium ion goes from like 2 volts to 4 volts from flat to charge, like it doubles. It's when you like lead acid, because I've been fucking around with lead acid, like it's such a simple chemistry where the only thing that can actually go wrong with the entire fucking battery, if you have a sealed lead acid battery, the only thing that can permanently damage that battery is if the 2 electrodes touch, because like every other possible fucking like thing that you could do to that battery is somewhat reversible with the right like treatment of like if you sulfate it, put enough high voltage through that and you'll fucking unsulfate that fucker. And if you end up with it crystallized on the bottom, it's like, well, if you can just get enough to dissolve, it'll all undo it. Okay. Yep. Gotta have the good microphone for the, or you pull out the really shitty one, like this, like my headphones have a built-in microphone, but I can't do it because it goes through the Yeti, which means it doesn't actually get passed to my computer. But it'd be really funny to just like pull out the really shitty microphones to like we're doing like an official course and just pull out the fucking shitty microphones. That'd be kind of funny. So we raycast, to get a player hit, and I guess we're just gonna like player info the block that we hit and like just make sure that this is actually working before I go fucking around, because it's really annoying if I ran implement the rest of this code and it didn't fucking work. So you remove check, you insert check. So we do probably, like, I want it to be enable and disable, but like, right, we should probably open this and turn this on. I still find it baffling that you can't fucking start with a box checked. Anyway, so it's hitting a block. So we actually are hitting blocks. We are printing out that we hit a block at this point. Right. So next, I guess we take, so I guess it's up here. It's like when we toggle the seeking biome, this is why it needs to be like a thing where we need to be like, yeah, exactly. It's like you need it to sound. Oh, actually, like, because like, it's one of those things that people don't understand. Because like I did media in school, is that like good sound is really hard, and you know what is even harder than good sound is good bad sound. When you like intentionally want something to sound like a particular way, that is what people would consider bad. Like I want to say Has Been Hotel has a character like in the pilot that has a radio filter over their voice the entire time, and I don't think it's in the official show. Like they still have the same like voice, but it doesn't have the every time they speak you can hear like the radio dialing kind of, and it's like that sound effect. It's like I know why they didn't got rid of it is because like most people would hate it, but it's also like if you could get an actual person that could do that sound properly, like the actual sound mixing properly, it's such a cool effect, but it's so hard to get it right that you like go, oh, it's part of that character, as opposed, yeah, Alistair, exactly, as opposed to, oh my god, they keep playing fucking like static and feedback through this character, like this person keeps feedbacking through the, you know, it's like the idea is like you need to record their, yeah, I was gonna say in the pilot, isn't it like it's really obvious? I thought they got rid of it entirely in the show because I've been watching the show, but like not that much, but like he definitely doesn't have it. Like he just sounds like Alistair, but like how I remember him sounding. But I remember like when the show first came out, they're like, oh, they got rid of his radio noise. I'm like fairly sure if I went and watched the pilot, it's like it was really distinctly like there were certain things where it was like he would start talking and it would like be the feedback sound as it comes in. But maybe that's just in my head where it's like my brain added a lot more on top of it. But he definitely doesn't have the same, he's talking through an old timey radio that he just like did in the pilot, where it's like I distinctly remember it being like he sounded like he was fucking actually on the radio the entire time. Okay. We need to toggle the seeking biome. So we need to say like this is just the is open. Maybe actually no, we can just like biome text info. It's the same thing here. We're gonna go. So we have a commands. So we like open, and then it's query. Yeah, I remember because I haven't watched the pilot in ages, so maybe it's just not as bad, as impactful in the pilot as I remember it being, because I've been watching the show recently, and I just remember people saying that the it was gone when the show first came out, but it's like I haven't seen the pilot since the year it came out, so like that's quite fucking long time ago. Like I'm just gonna go on YouTube and have a look. Has been hotel pilot. When did the pilot come out? So I haven't seen the pilot in over 6 years. Like 6 years, it reckons the pilot. 122 million views. Jesus fucking Christ. But as I said, but I remember it being quite prominent. Whereas in the show, I haven't really gone, oh, there's Alistair's fucking Alistair. Like, yeah, in the show, it just feels like they have the same voice actor, and my head's adding the staticky noise rather than it actually being there. I wonder if I can just like skip to a point in the pilot. I'm just gonna see how quickly we can get this DMCA. I'm gonna mute it while I actually like find a scene with Alistair in it. So I'm trying to remember if it was super prominent or whether it was like, oh, there's the alarm saying it's almost the end. There's definitely a good Alistair scene because like I just saw him like zip in.
May I speak now?
You may.
Alistair, pleasure to be meeting you, sweetheart. Quite a pleasure. Excuse my sudden visit, but I saw your fiasco on a picture show, and I just couldn't resist.
So like it's super there. Like in the original pilot, and I don't recall it being super there in the. You know, like I don't know, because it's something that feels like the voice actor maybe putting part of that on, because it suddenly disappeared for like one word and then came back. I don't know if it was intentional, because it felt like they were trying to, but I don't think they were trying to drop it 100%. So it felt very much like two people tried to pull it back and it disappeared entirely and it came back in. Where it was like it's a filter added after the fact, but also the voice actor is adding it. But yeah, this is like, it's really hard to make that sound good and also have people appreciate that that sound is actually like critical to the character, because it just does end up sounding kind of like fakeish. So the thing about fucking biome info text is private. Yes, thank you. You don't need public. Stop. Right. So entities, and then so if you checked it, you insert this. Otherwise, you do this, and we say commands like open dot for each. Commands dot entity entity despawn. I do like that the AI can do that. Like the tab complete is some of the more like things I like about the AI. It's more impressive when it writes the entire thing, but it's just so much nicer when I'm like, I know that the code is correct because I just tab completed it. Except those times where like I didn't read the code afterwards, but like when it's just tab completing words like that, it's so nice. Anyway, we're gonna go. So we need to be like, I guess it's like, yeah, that's what I mean is like one of the things I was watching, like when I watch voice acting talking about stuff, and they go like one of the biggest mistakes that like voice actors that aren't professional voice actors do is that they don't actually do the voice kind of thing of like, if you're going to shout and you're doing professional voice work, you actually shout, because it's really hard to get that timbre and all the fancy nuance of the sound by fake loud shouting. Like you just actually shout, and then they will turn it down so that it's not, they'll change the dynamic range of the microphone so that when you shout, you don't blow out the microphone. Whereas like amateur voice actors shout quietly because they don't want to blow out the microphone, and it changes the tone. Like legitimately, I've only met one person in my life, and it's one of the scariest people I know, who can shout without raising their voice, where they like literally, well, no, they can talk loudly without shouting, I guess is more accurate, where because they grew up on a farm, and when they call out to you across a paddock that's like a few hundred meters, and they just sound like themselves but really fucking loud, it's really weird, because most people when they call, like when they try to be loud, they end up shouting. Not many people, like I'm sure theater kids can do it because it's something they actually teach you, but being loud without shouting is very different. And that's what I'm saying. I think there's something about like the voice actor is adding something that is then being emphasized by the filter they're applying, that I think if you didn't tell the voice actor it was going to be that radio-y thing, it would sound very different. Like you couldn't just add the filter on top. It's the same as like things like a pop filter doesn't remove all pops, so that like a good voice actor still knows what sounds not to fucking spit into the microphone, because they will pop no matter what you do. And like that's kind of the idea is, I think you need a mix of the both. You need a good voice actor who can do whatever they need to do to their voice to do it. And I just think that one word slipped out because like the direction was like, and like the radio tapers off when he says this thing, and it's like they both did it, so it's like they put less filter and the voice actor applied less of a thing, which makes the filter less effective, which meant that it just sounded like they said a normal word. That, or they just missed it during editing. That's also possible, but it just felt very weird that it definitely felt like you could hear the filter tapering off. But you could also hear like that suddenly the filter just turns off and then it comes back on, and it feels very much like it was two things and it reached some kind of threshold. I'm Australian. It's really hard to pinpoint Australians' accents, especially West Australian, because we just have the accent of whatever we interact with the most. So mine's somewhere between English and Californian. It's like because you know, we didn't really interact with that many other Australians, like with the strong Australian accent, because that's East Coast. And so it's just what I watched on TV, which is American TV shows and British TV shows. So I don't have as strong of an accent. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the old timey voice, like the fact that like you can put on an old timey voice without the filter and people still know it's the old timey voice. Yeah, it's Australian's one of those weird accents though, because like you run into the issue. It's my accent, so I don't hear an accent on myself. But like legitimately, the number of people that I've talked to that are like, you don't have an accent because I'm just talking to an American, and then Americans are like, well, the default, like, you don't have an accent to Americans is Californian accent. And I want to say New York as well. Like, there's the New York accent, but most New Yorkers don't have the New York accent. There's the I'm walking here accent is like different. Yeah. We need to say like we need like commands. I'm getting very distracted. Commands dot spawn. Right. It's spawn, and then we need to be like node default. I think there was a thing that I was doing with the debug node that like when I turn you on, where do I put you? The FPS things. Like, where do these go? They're in root. And root is min. No, so it's not root, because root is just the text. When I spawn the text, where does the text go? Spawn, show FPS, toggle, spawn FPS text, spawning FPS text, FPS text, child of console. And where does console come from? It's just running around in circles. Console comes from this, which is the debug console. Okay. So we need the debug console. And the debug console is the thing that should probably be doing the stuff that does the thing. Yeah, probably. So we probably want to be like down here, like fn on biome info, which just takes in commands and does this, and then says, hey, new text biome info, clone. Why do you have to clean up stuff? I don't think you have to clean up stuff. No, you don't have to clean up stuff. You just have the biome information stuff. I'm going to call that one root. And the idea is that, like, I hope it doesn't crash if I try to despawn a whole bunch of things at the same time. But, actually, maybe not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because it's Western Australian, which is the most unique of the Australian accents, in that we have, what, 25 million people that live here, and only 2 of them live in the West. And of which, out of the 2.2 million people that live in Western Australia, 2 million of them live in the capital city. So the fact that I don't live in the capital city, I'm tipping on just like it's like green, like Powerade. But it's like the powder that they've mixed with water. In English, but in English accent. Well, because that's exactly what it is. Is accents are the words that sound wrong. So you will also find that the words that you get told you have an accent on will be different words, because if you're saying the French word correctly, you don't have a French accent. Like if you're saying it in French correctly. So it's like the idea is that you're like slightly... You're the 500,000 of Australians. Yeah, basically. Yeah, the other thing is also accents become one of those, the more you're exposed to accent, the less you hear accents. In that, like, if you grew up around 4 or 5 people, ultra rare, yeah. And it's like, don't catch me, don't throw, someone will see me throw a Pokeball at me. Oh, look at the shiny Australian. They're from the West. I'm not gonna hit them with a stick. It's fucking dumb. Oh god. I honestly he's so distracted doing accents. Yeah. So the more accents you're exposed to, the more you just like start not noticing them, I guess. It's like, because accents are, again, when someone says a word differently, and differently is just like the way we decide what differently is. Okay, so we do that, we spawn that in, we do this, we go, okay. Okay, so we have lots of biome information. So this should then mean when we toll this on, we should then have our biome information should spawn on the side. I keep it. We should probably make it back. Just if I sit very carefully. Okay, biome. Okay, so I need to change you to flex the other way. Node flex direction. Flex direction column, I think it was. I don't know. Okay. Okay. So then we need to go, hey, when I retrace you, I need to access the map, which, let's say map, does map work? I don't fucking actually know. Can I just pull in the map? I don't remember if I import map from create map. The map's a system parameter, right? Yeah, which brings up the lookup. This is what I mean. It brings up the lookup, the data, and the world offset. So map should actually be the... Well, maybe we should go fix map and say chunks. You can't be static. You need to be like S. Oh, undo. I think that's how this works out. Like, that's why that's allowed to be static, is because the this macro is actually pulling it out. Anyway, if I just quickly fix this, because this is what I was talking about, like, is that theoretically, wherever I use... I don't remember where I use map. Where's your function that calls in get block position? We can just get rid of this now. We can just say this is self.chunks, and then somewhere it's going to have another error because we don't use that anymore. Jump. Which means that we can say, hey, we can stop passing in chunks everywhere. Don't mind me tidying up this piece of code because it was annoying me to no end. Getting very distracted. So we do this, which then means we don't need to do this. Apparently we're not pulling you in mutably. I don't quite understand that one. Then we don't do this anymore. Because then now map pulls that in, which means that when we go back to our biome seeker here, and we say, hey, Raycast, can Raycast, instead of bringing in the lookup, the chunks, the data, and the offset, can you just like map? Except map. The idea is that as long as none of them use mutable stuff, they should be conflict free, and therefore we can just pull in. So we have the map and then the player, and then we come down here and we just need to be like self.map.lookup, self.map.chunks, and self.map. Yep. Okay. So it's telling me that it's all private, which is fine. Self.map.lookup and self. Now I feel like I should probably actually be using the proper functions, maybe. Raycast.map.lookup.chunks.lookup and map.lookup. All right. So chunk entity. Do I have a thing that's like map.get? No. Okay. So maybe we should look and go like ray dot map dot. We can get block. Apparently that's a thing that I can do. Wait a second, isn't this what I'm doing? Sure. So apparently block is wrong. What type? What do you want? Okay. So is that not correct? Can I just what do you return? Mapper. I mean, actually, to be honest, I was literally using this as a helper function, so that's fine. We'll just get rid of that entire thing there, because I was actually using it as a helper anyway. But that's all it had, right? Self dot map dot. There's only get block. Map doesn't have very many helper functions. What are you actually looking for? Chunk data. So I guess we go to map and we say get data, maybe. That seems like a future me problem. So let's make it public. So you're saying I can't do that because that's all. Fine. It's gonna fix a bunch more issues. So we're gonna go here and say up and get chunk data, which returns a result reference to chunk data map error like this, and then we take in self and chunk ID. Yep, and then you do that, which is this, and then you return OK, and then you say hey chunk ID, and then we say hey now we go to get block foot dot x. Okay, so then we say self dot get chunk data. Like that. Right. And then when we go back to Raycast down here, we say, hey, can you just like let some chunk data, no chunk data, map, what? No, map dot get chunk data. You return okay. Nope, you take ownership apparently. Is that correct? Yeah, chunk data. Okay. Then you're the same thing. We go self dot map dot get chunk data. Yeah, oh, no, I had that right. Chunk ID. Wet. Okay. Then we go down here, we go, hey, debug ray. Dot map. Dot world offset. What are you doing? Wait. So let chunk. Let block equal path dot last. I should probably leave whatever it was pasting in there. Right, just the get bit here that we say if let some raycast dot map dot get block dot, let's make 3. I probably should make that taken in IVEC, but anyway. Okay. Oh, what? No, I was actually using the lookup. That's my bad. It was somewhere else that I was using the actual block. Anyway. And map dot yep dot lookup. Sure. So your maps lookup is private. That's fine. Maps offset's private. That's fine. So you need to go back to wherever the fuck map is. So just daisy chain our way there, and we just say, hey, all of this data is public, please. Okay. I got really distracted. I was trying to get that finished. So many people in chat today. Yeah, I am adding voxel stuff. So I was being very, very distracted. I was being productive. So I missed all the chat. And this is who got English accent from speaking. Yeah. Yeah, because accent is like effectively just the way we talk. So if you get therapy to talk properly, which is kind of is concerning that like when you get therapy as an American, like speech therapy, they teach you to speak English, but like in English, but that's more to do with the correct proper way, and they're trying to correct it, and then that just sounds English to Americans. People always like, okay. So yeah, because it's the idea is like the more you're used to people talking differently, the less important it becomes in your own head. And the thing is like the enemy of cohesion is the difference, and that's where like Donald Trump is the fucking worst, because all he does is tell us how different everyone else is, and that reinforces in people's heads. So it's like if you didn't know, they would. My favorite example is like I don't know how true it is because it's one of those Twitter things where it's like, oh, my 3-year-old said this thing, kind of like where you're like, did they actually say that, or do you think it's a good story? But doing the whole, oh, a 3-year-old's no longer racist because they said that like that this one girl should go or like it was all these people, like all people of colored skin should go somewhere else, and like, oh, even this person, it's like their friend, and like, oh no, but they're not of color, and it's like, well, they are, and it's like, oh, when you like them you don't notice their skin color, but when you dislike them you very quickly notice their skin color. It was a whole, people only dislike them because you latch on to what makes them different. The idea is that you don't latch on to what makes them different when you like them. You only do it when you dislike them, which is why you have this reinforcing bias that it's the skin color that causes the problem, when in reality it's you had an issue with someone and that was the only thing you could point at and be like, that's why I was having an issue. It's not me, it's them. Which is just a tiny bit. I'm trying to catch up on chat, but I keep getting distracted by my catching up on chat. Alright, so yeah, we're adding ray tracing to the voxel game, and it's more a game engine than a game at the moment, but yeah, we're adding that. I'm using it so that I can test specifically what we're using it specifically to test like the biome value, so I can like fire a ray at a block and be like, this block is 75% this biome and then 20% this biome and 5% this biome, to work out why as soon as I add grasslands all the mountains become flat. Because like I think what's happening is that they never are not like 70% grassland, which means that the mountains can never really get tall because the mountains are effectively flattened by being too much grass. The original plan of having the 3 biomes get to weigh in is that you should have 3 sets of mountains, and therefore when you're inside of the actual mountainous area, the winning biome should be mountain, like mountain 1, mountain 2, mountain 3, allowing for basically a triangular region of this will always be pure mountain. And then but the transition being like you've moved outside of that triangle, so now you're 2 parts mountain and 1 part something else, to then have another triangle that comes off of that where you're 2 parts whatever you're heading towards and 1 part mountain, to give like gradients. But I need to be able to test it, and it's being really annoying, so I decided to add raycasting so I can actually specifically check each individual block. Yeah, there are a lot of people in chat. Since okay, so you're filling in the this code is all public. If you technically the stuff from today's stream isn't all public because I haven't published it yet, but it's more because I haven't fucking committed to Git. But yeah, there is a like game design document in the repo, which we're far from actually implementing stuff off of at the moment, because we got AI to help us write it in the first stream, which I'm starting to feel like I should take that stream down, because I keep my subscribers keep fluctuating. I keep gaining like 3 after doing a stream, and then I'll lose 3 over the next day, and it seems very much that like that first part makes people not like, they subscribe because like, oh, this is interesting, and then they unsubscribe because they saw the AI. I don't know, because I've never once in my life, I'm just gonna fucking bring it up because who cares if YouTube wants me to show this kind of stuff. If I go into here and I go to my analytics, like I through my entire YouTube career have not had this oscillating subscriber thing where it's like 2 - 6 +1 0 +5 -4 +4, -4, 2, like what? How am I gaining and losing subscribers like all over the place? Usually, like if I go back even further, because this is when I started streaming consistently. If we go back, let's say like 90 days, it's usually plus, minus, plus, minus. And this is YouTube like doing purges is usually what these minuses are. Or like sometimes when I upload a video, it'll happen like if we go far enough, we'll go back a full year. There's usually like big spikes when I upload good videos, and then there's like dips when I upload certain videos that people don't like. But it's just this weird thing about like for some reason, and it's probably because I used AI in that first part, that I'm getting people like a lot of people unsubscribing. But I don't quite get why my YouTube people are growing and shrinking at the same speed. Did I just close the entire page, or did I just close one tab? Just one tab. Cool. Okay. Okay. So we're up here. So all the code is tiny bit. Yeah, welcome to us. A lot of people in the chat. Yeah, exactly. As soon as there's lots of people in the chat, start talking fucking politics and fucking show out my radical left side. What would I do if I was a mountain? I'd live for hundreds of thousands of years, apparently. Apparently, if you're the Appalachian Mountains, you're older than the United States of America. Like the continent, not the fucking country. It's continent. Most mountains are older than the fucking United States of America, the country. Just recreate an episode of Adventure Time. Yeah, okay, fair enough. It's like how many? Yeah, okay. You just subscribe. Like, go up. I think there are other use cases where it's useful, but my big thing is I think programmers are very used to having AI, because it's my biggest annoyance with AI at the moment is AI and it's LLM. It's like programmers have had AI helping us program for decades now, because your IntelliSense is a form of AI. It's just that LLMs mean that you don't have to have an individual human go through and go, how would we determine how the autocomplete should work? The LLM just does it, and therefore it can do way smarter things. And it's why it annoys me that it's like, oh, AI is terrible. It's like, well, no, you just need to use AI as it should be used. Like there are other places. Like I find LLMs are really useful for my like writing of scripts, because I can be like ramble, give it to the LLM, and it goes, here's the like rewritten thing. And then I despise what the AI puts out, because it doesn't sound like me. It sounds very clinical, very like, this is a letter to my CEO. But it means that I can go, okay, yeah, that was very like, it means I can just word vomit like I'm doing now, and the AI will pull out the important information, at which point I can rewrite it with the important information. Yeah. Yeah, good for boilerplate. It's also good for like, it forces me to document my code, because if I don't document what the fuck's happening, when I ask the AI to do shit, it might just change something somewhere else. I'm like, fuck, no, you weren't doing it right. Whereas if I put comments, then the AI tends to use the functions how I intended them to be used and fix bugs with the functions when they're not working properly. I don't feel the need to use AI. I only use the best when it comes to mathematics, or do something that... Yeah, but that's what I found with AI and vibe coding, especially, like when you just let the AI do it, is that as soon as you let the AI do more than a certain fraction of the work from like a baseline point, the AI, like we let it to implement this, but I wrote out the fucking API before I let it loose. But I have a project that I'm using that just literally all it does is like basically write the boilerplate for my scripts. When my videos, when I do videos, of like I can pass in a function and it'll break it down into each of the blocks at the functions. Like it just uses a syntax tree to pull out the information, like the if statements, and turn them into like animated things that explode, like, you know, reveals the if statement and then closes the if statement, like that. But I was like, I don't know how to edit any of the code, because it was all written by AI. And the AI has fucking it wrote like 3,000 lines into a single fucking file until I told it to stop and split it into multiple files. Like, the code is probably okay. It's just that like the AI just keeps putting more and more. And I mean, technically I do it myself. Like one of these files is fucking massive. Like this one's like almost 1,000 lines long, and half this shit should be in their own files at this point. But the AI does that, but like to the extreme, where like it's adding like 600 lines at a time, and then it's like, yeah. Well, I'm in IntelliSense, like the old style IntelliSense that's been in, like, that's in every IDE ever. Like, I watched someone use Vim, and they have it too, where it's like, it just tells you the functions that you can call. And it's really funny because they don't know how to use it. So they're like, oh, how do you know that function exists? Like, because half the time I'll type in a thing, do dot, like, you know, I'll type like, you know, where's that, like a query or something? I have no idea where we were. In here, I'll be like, yeah, like let's see what we can do with like Ray, and we just like dot, and then I'll just read all the functions that I can call like on Bevy. It's like when you got like a query, it's like there's all these things like input, probably a good one because that's actually a Bevy type. So not only do we have res, we have button input, and that, so it's like, well, there's clear, there's any, like, and so like I read through all these and find these functions and go, oh, this sounds like a function I can use. So I'll just read them, and without the IntelliSense, I wouldn't ever find half the shit because I wouldn't know to go looking. Yeah, but like the tab complete is the most like AI-ish thing that we've had for a very long time. It's just AI made it possible to do things more than like the rigid structured syntax. Yeah, I think that's an interesting thing about the prompting stuff, is that like it is very much that it's becoming a skill to prompt the AI, and the people that go, oh, AI is shit, are just people that are, well, I guess technically buying into the hype, where they've been told they can do anything, so they just tell it to do something, and it's like doesn't do it, and they're like, oh, see, it's stupid. I'm like, yeah, I know, but you've just done the equivalent of walking up to like an autistic engineer and told him to paint you a picture, and he's gone, oh, how paint? You know, well, I'll pay you lots of money, and he's going, oh, all right, painting away, and then you get a stick figure back, and it's like, well, it's like if you'd asked him to do engineering, he would have given you the most fucking detailed fucking picture, like all this, you know, schematic tech drawing thing, but you asked him to paint a picture and he fucking painted like a stick figure. And it's like, it's because you're asking the wrong question to the wrong kind of person. I've discovered that the more I use AI, the more I'm convinced we've taught them to be autistic as shit, because like they are very much do exactly what you said, nothing more, nothing less. And you be very careful with how you word things, because the AI will just fucking be like, oh yeah, you said this word. And like, oh fuck, I forgot that word doesn't actually mean that in the dictionary and that we're just using it differently. Like an example of it happening in real life is I was talking to my brother about something, and he goes, oh, you should take a sabbatical. And I'm like, how the fuck would I take a sabbatical? I don't have a PhD to go take a sabbatical. He's like, oh no, like what do you mean? It's like, do you know what a sabbatical is? Oh, it's like when you just like take a little holiday from work. I'm like, no, a sabbatical is like when you have a PhD, like every 4 years they send you away for a year to go basically refresh your PhD, and that when you have a PhD, you are the leading expert in this field. You cannot teach people if you are no longer the leading expert in this field. So every 4 or 5 years, they go become the leading expert in the thing that you teach. So it's go spend a year studying some novel thing that has never been studied before. But people go, oh, I'm taking a sabbatical. And I blame Jeff from Rooster Teeth, because he took a sabbatical where he effectively just resigned from work but still showed up for the days he wanted to be there. And I feel like everyone copied that of being like, oh, sabbaticals is like when you take some time off work without quitting. And I'm like, no, it's a very specifically like you're going to learn to be better, like so that you stay the best you can be. Like TAFE in Australia, I don't know what the American equivalent is, but it's trade school. They have a thing where they don't follow it, because like all my TAFE teachers also haven't worked in the industry in years. At least my specific TAFE teacher owned the business, even if he didn't run it anymore, he still owned it. But like the idea is that they're being in the industry where every 2 years they're supposed to go do 6 months of actual industry work, so that they, when they tell you something, you can be like, that's actually what it is in the actual industry. It's not just something they read in a book. Like they're supposed to actually work in the industry. And then almost every single one, the only one that only a TAFE teacher I've ever actually met that actually worked in the industry was my finance one, where I did like a information digital media technology, like operating a small business in modern stuff. And they basically went, oh yeah, like I consult, like, so every few months they'll get a really big consulting contract, at which point they can't do TAFE because they're getting paid like hundreds of thousands of dollars to consult on a deal, and then they come back and do TAFE again. So it's like the idea is that their work pays so well that their TAFE is just their way of being like I need something to do when I'm not working. But like that's the idea of like a sabbatical, is basically you're going off and you're honing your skills in the trade that you are supposed to be doing. Would be a sabbatical as well. Like TAFE teachers would take sabbaticals every few years to be like, I've worked in the industry in the last 6 months, or in the last 3 years, or whatever it is. Yeah, actually, that's a very. In fact, I used to do that. Yeah, they're not perfect. I do like the scary thing is sometimes you do that and it works. Like I've done that before. I'm like, haha, like look how bad AI is when you give them very vague directions, and I'll be like, make me this thing, and then it does, and I'm like, oh fuck, it worked. Like trying to show off that they don't always work and they do, and I, especially with the Copilot stuff where it can actually read my code, and like I'm like, oh, I implement this feature, and then it does, and you're like, ah, fuck, and it did a better job than me. Or like sometimes I'll do something and it's like, oh yeah, your code's buggy, and then I've worked around the bugs. I'm like, ah, you fucking, like the AI is insulting me because it's like I'm not changing. I've got it's strict instructions not to change user generated code. It's broken, so I'm just patching on top. So it's like, you fucking asshole. The AI is just being patronizing. But yeah, Google Translate, that's just, I used to do that as well. It's like people are like, oh, translate this. I'm like, yeah, but then you translate it back and make sure that it actually still means what you think it means, because not every language has those things. And sometimes you need to vocab switch a little bit to make sure that you're actually translating into what you think you're translating in, because you're using a fancy word that they may not have a word for it. So it may get split into two words that do not mean what you think it means when it comes back. My favorite, like those songs where they're like, oh, we translated it through 100 language, and it's like, oh. And weirdly, like it depends on like the order of the languages you go through, because some languages will lose a concept and then other ones will have like a perfect one-for-one concept, and then when you like go one way it works, when you go the other way it doesn't. And now you just ask the LLMs to translate, you know. At least they're context aware. Like the AI, like Google Translate wasn't context aware, so it just did weird shit. Anyway, I got so sidetracked, I completely forgot what I was doing. So only run if middle click, only run if we hit a block. We then need to do something. Yeah, but I think the thing with the regressions is they prop up because they keep changing it and they don't tell anyone. Like when they go, oh, this is a new model, like what they mean is that like, I think when the big version changes, they're saying this is a complete new architecture, like version 4 is new, and the minor ones are like, hey, we like retrained this thing from the last checkpoint, like the last time we said 0.3, we've trained it on all the new internet ever. So it has new stuff, but like they're constantly tweaking it under the hood. Like ChatGPT or OpenAI has what they call a router underneath, where basically like they have 6 or 7 different models, and depending on your question, they ask a 7th model to decide which model they should send it to. And when they tweak that, it can regress really badly because the chat fucks up and it starts sending it to the wrong model, and therefore you end up with actually just really dumb model. And you're like, but I'm sending it to 4.4. And it's like, but it's not going to 4.4. It's going to 4.2 or whatever, or like not reasoning, or like the small mode, because they routed it wrong. They decided the wrong thing. And it's like, it's not actually the model got bad. It's that they changed the model underneath. So I feel like that's why like a lot of people run them locally, is that like once it's working, it tends not to just be done one day. It's that the companies keep changing it. Oh yeah, you can jump into the voice chat. That's why I'm in there. I just like, I used to not have myself set as streaming, and then people jump in without realizing I'm streaming. But yeah, if you want to come jump in the voice chat, that's fine. Just gotta wait for the lag to run through. Okay, let's see. So what am I fucking doing? I am working out something. Like, can I like map dot can I work out like biomes? I don't know how to get. Hello, welcome to the voice chat. I don't know if your microphone's not working. I can't hear anything.
Bro, I'm trying to stay quiet right now.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, I think I gotta bring in like the map descriptor or something. I'm trying to sample the biomes so I can like print out what the biomes are up to. We got very sidetracked talking AI. We always get sidetracked talking AI. Fuck it. Is that not how that works? map dot descriptor dot birdseed. Okay, so I feel like I forgot the. Oh, it's the chunk generator. That's that. Yeah. Chunk generator. Okay, descriptor dot. Okay, chunk generator, and then we're gonna make that public. Could I probably stop making things public? That is. Yeah, well, my one that I find really interesting was that like I think the Theo, which is T3 chat, which is with the AI platform I use for like getting most of my stuff, because it's like a cheap subscription. I have access to all of them, and I can just sort of switch to the one that I think might, like, I just play with them rather than having to have a subscription on everything. But he was saying that like he got like so much backlash because he said, "Oh my god, 5 is incredible. Like I've had access to it for a month and it just solves all my problems." And then everyone went, "Man, they must be paying you so much because it's shit when it came out." And it's like, turns out what was happening was that like when he got given the API key, there was like 100 YouTubers or whatever using it, or 100 tech people using it. So it was always going to the most powerful model. But as soon as they released it publicly, their router started going, "Oh fuck, we're overloaded on the big one. So like, let's just start trying to taper people off onto the smaller ones to like, if we think the question is easy." And it's like, so people went, "Man, it's really fucking dumb." Whereas the basically the tech people unaware, they didn't realize OpenAI was doing this under the hood, we're getting a better model than the people that were trying it on day one, because of like just the sheer amount of traffic meant that they just couldn't run the big model all the time. So yeah, it was kind of weird. Yeah, fair enough. In a second, I'm going to run to the toilet so you can entertain the chat. But I want to finish this map thing before I disappear for 2 seconds, because otherwise I won't remember what I was doing when I come back. So we're going to say map descriptor dot read dot like unwrap, because I don't really care about being correct at the moment. So we need to let map equal. I'm just trying to get access to the fucking biome stuff, and then we say like map dot somewhere I can like request biomes mutably generate chunks. So this generates the whole chunk. I think a bunch of this stuff is very private in terms of like code wise, not sharing private, but like, because like when I call generate chunk, I just access everything internally. Oh, there's another person jumping in there. So generate chunk then calls something like set block calculate biomes. So calculate biomes apparently is private, so we're going to say calculate biome. Right, so we calculate biome, we pass in an X and a Z, and that will spit out the biome, the winning biome. Okay. So we're going to be like, we need a new one. It's going to be like hub fn calculate. I love these kind of names. I'm going to call it calculate biomes, and it's going to return, it's going to take in exactly the same information and do this, except it's going to return 3 of these. It's then going to do this bit, and then we're going to go let point, let biomes, let top 3, let this. Okay, and then you go X. Paste this in here. Okay, it didn't like that for some reason. So self.biomes read unwrap top 3, and then we return top 3. Why is top 3 not an array of? Oh, because apparently it's an array of U8. Right. So that returns our top 3, and then we say let top 3 equal self.calculate biomes, because I love doing that kind of thing. I'm going to say let biomes equal this, unwrap that, calculate that. Okay. So this should then let us, because calculating a biome gives us the ground height, calculating biomes gives us the biomes and their priorities. So we can go calculate biomes. And then we say like block.x and block.z. Can I just like print line this for a second? Right. So this should tell us the 3 winning biomes and the whatchamacallit? Middle click. Did we hit a block? No, apparently not. Oh, wait, we turn it on as well. Debug. Enable peaking. Okay, so we resume, we go hit a block. It goes. Alright, so we get 06000, which is saying that biome 0 got a priority 6 and then no other biomes got hit, which is why it's turning into mountain, it's turning into hills. And then we go over here and we go, hey, you hit, apparently this isn't, what? Well, that doesn't make any sense. What? This is returning the wrong values at some point. That or it's not printing it out. Apparently it's just like not hitting anything. What the fuck? Why are you not printing anymore? Did I accidentally turn you off somehow? Like what the fuck? How am I? How did you stop? Are you failing to get the chunk maybe? Maybe I'm fucking something up. We're gonna say warn maybe? I like to name them in a way that like indicates whether it's an actual error or not. So it's like, we didn't hit a block, so we're just gonna say we didn't hit a block. I don't get why it didn't work. The hell? Oh, we'll turn this back on. So you work. Right, maybe I bet it's because I hit spacebar, which then toggled the thing. Right, so we go biome info this. So biome info was 0th biome got a power of 12, and then up here apparently we're just not hitting blocks anymore. Well, that's a little bit weird. What block are you trying to hit? What are you reading wrong? I'm probably passing in the wrong information, to be honest. It's probably actually how I did the raycasting stuff. So I can take the player transform, which is probably incorrect. So how does this ray tracing work? How do we calculate your player compute translation, player.translation plus equals offset? And then we cast with options player. So it's this that we need to make sure that we actually do. Okay, so to go back to our ray tracing, we said to make sure we actually say we say player.translation plus equals world offset like that. Can you stop it? Because I think that's what's happening is we're like effectively ending up outside of the world, and then when we fly it really high like that, we're sampling within the local chunk. We're gonna make sure we offset the player properly. I would make it inside the main thing, but I feel like the key point there is so we're going to enable it. Okay, so this is saying that biome 0 is getting a priority 10. And then we go up here and we go, hey, mountain, what is your biome priority? It should be that 2 biomes get priority. Yeah, so biome 1 wins, which is why it's a mountain. And then biome 2. So biome 1 is getting 75% versus... So I guess technically it would be 60% because it's basically it's 3/4 mountain, 3/5 mountain, 2/5 hills, which is why the mountain is still kind of hillish. Whereas if it ever ended up like triple mountain, it would end up with, maybe I should just do that, is to check if because I was going, maybe my code's bugged, but like what could actually be happening is that like, because it's actually impossible for it to have 100% mountain, even with mountains getting basically, well, no, this is how it picks it. I don't actually know what the strength the mountain is passing out is, but like if we said triple mountain, this should result in effectively anywhere it can be mountain, it's going to be a very fucking tall mountain, which is why the mountains should all have slightly different things. Because effectively, it should be like 3, 4, 5. I gotta turn it back on. Like, boop. Right. So apparently, for one thing, this is all hills, which is slightly confusing to me. I think you're hitting the wrong block, my dude. Because that does not look like hills to me. But if we climb up to the top of this mountain and we go here and go, look, it's sampling 1, 2, and 3. So this is mountain. And it's mountain at 80%, but like that doesn't actually matter. So that's 3 ounces. So, I mean, it kind of worked, but it's got that same issue of like, it'll only ever be fully mountain or not fully mountain. So, I guess technically what we need to do is like, be like, hey, you can sample double mountain, hills. I guess that's why we have to be like, we have 2 mountains, plains, you know, like a plains of 1 and a hills of 1, which means it can be plains, yeah, so it can be 100% plains, 100% plains and mountain, hills of mountain. So like, do you think you can tell where the mountain wins? Yeah. Wow. Look at the mountain when it fucking... I guess it's losing again. This must be like pulling in grasslands or something. I guess that's the advantage of this, isn't it? Is that I can be like, why the fuck is the biome like this? I'm gonna be like, it's getting 1, 2, and 3, which is mountain, mountain, and grasslands would be my guess. 1, 2, and 3. I am starting to really need to piss, so I am going to actually have to run while we leave. I want to do some kind of like weird thing, like maybe I'll set up a camera. So 1, 2, and 3. So this is what it looks like when you get mountain plains. Oh, yeah, mountain plains. So this is what I want: is the mountain plains. I guess mountain winds, but this is annoying because this is getting like, I bet it's hills. You know, it's just, wait, why are you? Oh, this is 0. Okay, you know, this is mountain with when hills, and this is mountain plains. That's kind of cool. So if it's white capped, it's mountain, because that's how I'm telling biomes apart at the moment. So basically, if it's got white on top, then the mountain 1. But this is what it looks like when hills. When hills, it's mountain hills. This is hills mountain. This is mountain grass, and then I'm guessing this is hills grass mountain. Would be my guess down here. So 1, 2, 3. No, this is also grassland. I guess grassland is just stronger influence. I don't know. Bit weird. I have to check the strength stuff. And then this brown is something else. Oh, this is where the fertility is really low, so there's no grass on top. That's right. It's dead. Right. I'm going to quickly set up a thing that makes it like auto fly in a direction just to infinitely map gen while I go piss for like 2 minutes. It's going to take longer to set up than I'm actually going to be pissing for, but like at least then there'll be something happening on the stream while I'm not here. So fly for forever. That's not at all what I meant. Okay. To be really done with this, I'm gonna be like mute. It's really dumb. Res mute input button input key code input press W. Then we just go here and we go app dot add system first. Really dumb. Yeah, well, that's the idea. Is that like it looks pretty wild. And in theory, when I get this thing working properly, it shouldn't have those harsh transitions because you should never be able to get from 100% to 0. So what's happening there is I think like as soon as we transition to 2 planes, the planes just win. Like it just destroys the mountain. Which I guess why this kind of thing doesn't work very well is it's very possible for a mountain to suddenly win. It just holds W for me. I wrote a fucking system that just holds W for me. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I have returned. Yeah, but I guess technically the first one is when I zip pretty fast, and I don't know if you hear the day that I discovered that I was attaching a chunk ID to the player that I was using to offset the player. Like that's how I was originally going to keep track of how much the world had been offset, and it meant that when I started making the chunks despawn behind you, when the player like you could do it and it worked until the persistence was too great, at which point we despawned the player. Because the player was too far from 0, but according to the chunk ID, the player was still at 0 because I wasn't using that, so it just despawned the player. And because of how Bevy works, apparently, if you despawn the camera, it doesn't just go back to being a grey screen; it just leaves the screen what it was. Yeah, natural degree. Why is it getting so slow? Oh, I bet you might run out of RAM. Yep. Let's double look at the other monitor. I'm out of RAM. So what that tells me is my persistence is too high. Basically, I've got like, there's a visible range, a generation range, and a persistence range. Visible range is the actual chunks that are physically rendered. The generation range is make sure you start generating a chunk before they actually come into the render distance so that you don't see them pop in unless the player is actually moving fast enough that you can't keep up. And then the persistence range is don't degenerate and regenerate chunks constantly. So if the player walks one chunk over, don't despawn everything that just left the range. So there's like a extra buffer on top, but it's a little bit aggressive, I think. So the idea being that as I travel effectively in a line, the trail of chunks behind me gets higher and higher. And I think it's just a little bit too many chunks I'm keeping. I don't actually know where that's kept. It's like here or something. There's like a thing. It's called persistence. Persistence. Yeah, persistence, which is apparently one chunk block size greater than the. Which is this is just the number of chunks that can fit into a block. So where's our generation distance? Maybe we should shrink that down. And generation's only one block size of greater. I guess that is a lot of chunks. Maybe we should just be shrinking the view distance. Render distance. What is the render distance? It's defaulting to 20. So if we make that like, I don't know, 15. That should just like greatly reduce the number of chunks that can be loaded at any one time. Because you can see 15 chunks in any direction. And then it's like 3 chunks further than that is being generated and 3 chunks further than that are being kept. So it's effectively a render distance of 20, a chunk distance of 21 if you were to like basically run in a big circle. Because it also, and maybe I shouldn't be using this, but I'm using the fancy distance that's basically like the number of chunks in a like ring, which makes the world look really nice from like up here because you end up with a nice square looking world. Oh, it's still holding W, that's what's going on. You have a nice square world that you can see, but like theoretically this is the worst for render distance in terms of these chunks are so much further away that it should really cut off, like, you know, it should be a circular render distance. Effectively just because you can't get to them. Anyway, I do like that I can just like do that one macro that like, instead of like being like, oh man, how do I make the player move around? Because I've done it before where I made something that had like procedural generation and I wrote like a little thing that let me like record like a path so that the player can constantly fly out. It's like, no, this one we just hold W. We just tell Bevy that we're holding W. Yeah, but the idea is that it would only be 60 meters, but when we've changed the scale, the idea is that you shouldn't be traveling hundreds of meters. I like the mountains too. I liked the old mountains more. We had mountains that looked really cool because like as they got closer and closer to the peak, they got steeper and steeper sort of thing. Like the grass would lead up to the mountains and then, you know, the mountain would shoot up, as opposed to now where for some reason the mountains skyrocket up to height and then when they touch the grass, they plummet back down. So we need to extract more debug information, and also the stream is supposed to be ending. So I think we may have to call it soon. So where is my code that I was fucking with? It's the something like menus somewhere. Menu. Where are you? UI menu debug. Okay, so at the moment we're printing out this information, which we're printing it out, which the whole point was we're supposed to be going like text query text with biome information text. You don't do that. We could just actually grab the biome information text like this, because I actually need that to be able to be like biome information text. Right, so then we go, when we get to here, we can say for text info about this. Okay, so biome info. Okay. Funny. So we're gonna go here. I'm gonna say text dot 0 equals biome info. Right. Then we go here. We go. You actually say nothing. Oh no, this is man. Yeah. You go. You are format main biome. So I kind of need like a raw string or something. Can I do that like can we get like const rewriting? Yeah, I know it sucks, doesn't it? Const string biome info template. Right. So the way this is going to work, you're gonna this is a string like this. It's going to equal. It's going to be a raw string like so. So right. So at the moment it literally does nothing. Expected a semicolon. All right. So then we're going to go up here. I'm going to say hello is for you. We're going to say format, and then you're going to go. Technically, we're going to go here. We're going to say, probably put the format here actually. Format I was gonna make it like fancy so we passing format, but then I'm like, that's gonna be so annoying as we'd like have to try and work out the fucking arguments. So this is gonna be a biome info template, comma, and then it does nothing. Oh, this expect a string literal? Oh, okay. Macro rule. Biome. Yeah. Info template. This takes literally nothing, and it just returns. It just stuff that, and then we go like biome info template. Yeah, I like that. Main biome. You say main biome, and then you do something like that. No, you okay. Main biome, and then it's gonna like 0 0. Just get it to format something. Cannot find macro. Yes, because it's fucking below you, which is strangest thing with Rust is if you declare a macro like it's like a temporary macro like that, it has to be declared before you use it. It's very strange. I don't quite get why macros get to declare in like in order like that. Right. So then you say text and you say, hey, text can borrow me Billy. Text. All right. So we say biome info template and we go main biome, secondary biome, third biome. Okay. Right. I don't quite get why we can all become burgers. I think I missed something. I don't know what I said, but I haven't been paying attention. My brain is just making noise. Okay, so okay, so we say my main biome and then 0 and 0. So biome and then main biome. So we need the biome name and then I guess the percentage. But this is actually the priority anyway. So we need to be like let biomes equal map dot biomes. Apparently I can only get them mutably, which is kind of weird, but like fair enough. There's a reason for it, and it's because I didn't bother using it. I don't know. I think it's got something to do with these macros write the file as they go down, whereas if you do like what they call a proc macro, the proc macro gets compiled and run. These macros are like every time you see this, replace it with the previous like with the macro, and so you can't call a macro that you have yet not defined. But I believe that also means you're not allowed to export these macros because technically it doesn't guarantee what order it will compile modules in. So you can only use like, you can use a macro from a higher module because it guarantees it compiles down, I think, but you can't compile up. Also, like there's a certain order that you can use them and can't use them because technically if they haven't been declared, you can't use them. And the only way to declare them is to actually compile them. So chunk generator, map descriptor has biomes. Then you just have like a function called like pub biomes, which just takes in self and returns a reference to a slice of boxed dyn biome descriptors, and then you just call self.biomes as a reference, I think. I don't know why what the fucking AI is up to. Like, No, why? What fucking type do I have them in? Oh, they're in read write lock. Dot get. So that's a read write thing, isn't it? Borrow. Dot read. So get mute's just a thing you can call on a read write log. Self dot get mute. Oh, did you just pass a reference? No. Wait, I'm so confused. How the fuck does this work? I want it immutably, please. Clear poison. Try read. Set into inner. So there's get mute, but there's no get clear poisoned. I don't get why there's a get mute, but there's no get. I think it's because I guess get mute. No, because I was gonna say when you drop it, then it would have to unpoison itself, I guess, like read. Try write. Because I'm pretty sure I can't just say read and like unwrap. Because it's saying can't reference a temporary value. Can I return a boxed array? Into? Nope. You're the worst. Fine. I'll just return whatever the fuck this is. I just hate doing this because it's annoying. svsync read rock lock guard. So you actually return std sync read write lock guard. That lasts for a. Alright, what is your problem? Are you saying that I can't do this because these aren't the right type? Static. No, it's not. It's not the right state. It's plus static. No. Let B equal. Oh god, that's so fucking stupid. Anyway. This is not a slight on Rust, this is a slight on me being an idiot. Type mismatch. So then we just say, hey, like when I lock you, it's very much like there is a way to do this. I just don't know what it is. I mean, it probably could, because like I've done it before. I've gone like, hey, make voxels like, you know, individual parts. I would imagine actually the AI would probably do a better job of doing it than like just giving it the go ahead do anything would probably work better than like doing bits and pieces with the AI, because sometimes you try to make like an optimization and the AI won't understand what you're doing and will just try and access something in a certain way that doesn't work. So anyway, there's no point running that. So we go here, we say, hey, okay, so main biome. So this is the biome's name. So we say biomes. We have to index into the biomes. We got the fucking thing, didn't we? Calculate biomes. Okay, so wait. we rewrite that. Ah, because we're putting it here. Okay, so I'm gonna say let the let biomes equal this. Right. So I guess for each of these we're gonna go let out. Right. And we go for index priority in that actually sounds kind of fun. It's like effectively like a big voxel world that's actually like a globe that you can then like, rather than making it spherical, it'd be kind of funny if it was like how the Minecraft world is like pictured, but it's like actually just like a giant cube where it's like you make it so you can walk around the entire world, and then you get to the edge of the world, and then if you jump over the edge of the world, you just land on the next. So like, so the map's like, if you make the map like a kilometer by a kilometer. Yeah, just like a massive cube, and then you jump off of like one side, and then the gravity shifts, and you fall down, and then you can like walk, and it's like actually just the map but rotated down. That'd be really dumb. Yeah, because I think from what I remember, like voxels aren't necessarily cubes as much as they're points in space, because like voxel just stands for volumetric pixel. So yeah, like the same as like pixels are in theory always square, but they're not actually. You could make the voxel whatever shape as long as it packed. Like you could, I think theoretically you could make the most densely packed voxel could probably actually be a diamond shape, which I think is like what 7 Days to Die does, where they're actually they're triangles that are drawn between the voxels. So if you break the voxel, then you break that triangle, which means that it actually collapses the mesh into triangles instead of cubes. Forgot what I was doing. So we go flip each biome, lead it through. Dot into iter dot zip. No, that doesn't seem right. I mean, maybe. No, we just enumerate. No, that doesn't seem right either. So we do this, we go this, we do this. Okay. So it's more like this needs to be a thing. So we need to say like let biome and then text equals this. And then we go let biome ID. So we take this and we say you are 0, 1, and 2. And then we say let biome is index and then out. And then we paste. And then I guess we return this here, and then we say I guess we go here and we say look ident. So this would then be main biome, secondary biome, tertiary biome. You get the biome out, and then we say okay, we need this, and we say like name. And priority, which is priority as f32 times 100. That's not actually how that works. What? No. Yeah, I don't actually. But that got me. It actually had it right. So we want to say, I want to pull it out. So I want to like let biome you go away. So biomes, so get the biome out. Then we say let name equal biome.name. So the priority is just going to be priority actually. Just pass in priority, and then strength. Right, and we're going to say strength is not how that works, but anyway, biome dot strength, and then we say, I guess we pass in our block. What is that? 5x. God, I'm starting to get really hungry though. So I think once I get this working, I'm going to call it for the day. So we're going to say block.x, not biome, block.x, block.z, and then the descriptor is wherever we put our descriptor, which is just map, reference to map. Right, so we can pass that in, then we pass in the strength like this, and it says, hey, this is never used, but that's because up here we go. So this is going to be main biome, something ground, with a priority of this, and a strength of this. And this is like going to be like that point 2. Right, that should work to print out like the different not necessarily. You actually can make it out of squares, because technically everything's made out of polygons. It's just that the simplest polygon is a triangle, and GPUs are really unfucking believably fast at computing triangles, just because you can make any complex polygon, like any polygon beyond a triangle can be made out of triangles. But theoretically, you could actually just give it squares as polygons, because it's actually polygons that you're rendering. Well, that's to say, the voxels are volumetric pixels. So, like, when most people say voxel, they mean when people say a voxel game, they mean squares. But when people talk about voxel tech, they actually just mean volumetric, like destruction. Like Astroneer has a voxel Earth, because the idea is that you can like just partially destroy kind of thing. I think 7 Days to Die has a voxel terrain where you can dig up like individual blocks, as opposed to, I would actually say that even though Astroneer uses voxels, it's not really a voxely terrain, as because you can just sort of do any shaping. But like something like 7 Days to Die is definitely voxels in that you can mine into the ground, like, and it feels like very Minecrafty where you break a block and suddenly like that block is missing, but the shapes that it generates are actually triangles, or they're diamonds. Like if you just place a block of dirt on the surface, it's a perfect diamond. It's a dodeca, the D6, whatever that is. It's like 2 D4s stuck together. 2 triangle-based pyramids. So Copilot has a feature where it plans what you ask it, and then you ask it, and you're asking questions. So it actually want. Yeah, the Copilot's actually kind of cool. I was using that earlier too. I did the raycasting with it. If it does actually multiplayer. Yeah, that's me. Like that's why I stopped paying for ChatGPT, is because I was like, I'm not using it unless like when I do use it, I use it very rarely. I pay for just the medium tier of Copilot. I just got the $100 one because you only get like so many autocomplete tabs, and it drove me spare when I'd be like streaming and suddenly the autocomplete would just stop working. And I'm like, why is it already bad? And it's like, oh, because it just turned off. So I got the $100 one, like a year subscription for $100, just so that I don't have to worry about it turning off in the middle of a stream. All right, anyway, we turn this on, we go, boom. So, apparently, very strangely, the main biome is plains, the secondary biome is hills. Apparently the third biome is also hills, but that's just because it's biome 0. But the the hills has a strength of 0, but a priority of 32. So it actually gets, it is selecting hills, it's just not actually using hills, which somewhat explains why the grass is doing what the grass is getting to take over. Because as soon as we get to here, like if we get close enough to actually fucking hit it, my bet is it goes hills, plains, hills, but like no, apparently the plains are still, why is it not actually getting anything? Am I like sampling the wrong thing maybe? Possibly. Like I can only go, oh no, there we go. So the strength coming out of the mountains is effectively 0, which means that as soon as you have any hills whatsoever, that's our bug. Aha! Is it so? That's why the mountain starts to take over, is because like at this point, half of it's mountain, but like down here it's 0% mountain. The mountain's the massive priority, but it's basically putting out, the mountain gets picked first, and then no hills get used. But the hills still dominate the selection. So even though it's mountain, I think what that means is we should probably broaden what can be a biome. Because what's happening is that effectively, like, we're giving, like, no strength to the hills. I also feel like I need to really up the fucking ray distance, because the fucking players, the default ray distance is way too short, at least for debug stuff. Like 15 blocks. A being hills. Yeah, but that's what it means. Like, so technically, like, yeah, it is very overloaded fucking terms. The voxel is just that, like, it's a space broken up into evenly spaced chunks. The squares is because humans like squares. The idea is that, like, any square grid could also be a triangle grid as well. Like, we only did squares because we like squares more than we like triangles. And the only reason we render everything in triangles is because technically a triangle is a superior shape for math. So okay, so I'm gonna turn it on. Alright, so here's our problem, is that we keep fucking getting like basically a 0, where we're like, hey, you're plain, you're hills. Nope, you're apparently still plains. Are you hills? No. Why? Oh, because as soon as you have any hills whatsoever, so hitting here presumably has no hills? No. Why the fuck are the numbers so small then? Am I just using them wrong? Like, what the fuck? What am I doing wrong? Why? I mean, this explains why the biomes are so fucked. The numbers coming out of the biomes is fucking scuffed as all hell. I think I should probably stop sampling the fucking thing like I'm doing. So I'm putting strength in, priority is going where priority goes. So yeah, I don't know. Pew 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 pew. I know, right? Like it's fucking insane. I need to add like a little sound effect. Yeah, I think the weighting of 0 is because I've got it being like exponentially in, exponentially out, or whatever it was, because it was like the only way to get plains not to eat the fucking mountains. The plains have this like strength curve, and it's exponential in, which basically means that it, I want to say, very slowly becomes plains, and then suddenly it's plains. So, like if I make this linear, the issue with making this linear, so technically I think that it will probably be linear. In reality, like basically like more is that like you end up with this. Yeah, so you're like, oh no, it's gonna happen. That's kind of the idea. Is I do want to go like Dwarf Fortressy, where it's like mountains will only generate where mountains actually like realistically could generate in the real world. Enable biome scanner. Right. So now our fucking plains are like 0.6, 0.7, 0.7, 0.6, 0.7. So, and then none. The issue is that because plains are so strong now, that's why I was sampling them in a curve anyway, is because they were effectively like eating everything else. So we go to hills and we go, hey, so hills, strength. So the strength of a hill is the ground height plus a half, because it can go from like negative 0.1, and then times by 9, because basically when we add that 0.1, because it can go up to 1, we do that. And then we sample this. So I guess we're just going to make this linear. We're just going to make them all linear and see what the fuck the mountains look like. My issue is I'm pretty sure the same thing happens where effectively it's much easier to find a patch where the hills win and then the hills eat the fucking mountains, because the hills effectively just always get really strong. So I guess one thing I could do is do a like winner gets to eat the other one's breakfast. I don't know. Is that because we're sampling 3 biomes, I could effectively say the primary biome gets full strength, and then the other 2 biomes only get half strength, so that if you win, you immediately are guaranteed to be the dominant force, even if the other one returns fucking like a million. Anyway, I feel like our mountain is still, well, now we've kind of got the opposite problem. Now we don't have that really cool looking mountain in the middle, because like I think it was this mountain that had the fucking hills in the middle, where at some point like so now we're mountain, hills, mountain, hills, mountain. So the issue is that it's because it's basically 25% mountain hills. I need to find somewhere where it goes to fucking grassland. I'm assuming these fucking holes in the mountain probably where it goes to grassland. The issue is I could fly down into the hole. Yep. So this is hills, plains, hills. As soon as plains takes over, because plains is 25% of the fucking weight, and it's also actually it's more. It's 3/4 plains, because this one's got a priority of 0, so I don't think it's actually got picked. Oh no, it did. It's because it's got a weight. Wait, what? No, it's a 0 because it's just we sampled it, and so we sampled it. So yeah, if priority equals 0, I guess we just continue. So the AI outsmarted me. Right. So I need to go to like the rendery thingy, the debug sticker. We need to go here and we go. So we have this, we have this, yeah, priority. So if priority equals 0, none. Okay. So that will fix the fact that like it says 0, which means it's not picked. But basically, this is 2/3 grassland, because we used the grassland. So even though the hill's 1, we use 2/3 of the grassland, and because there's only 2 biomes, that means it's basically like out of 0.75, 2/3 of the height came from the grassland, which is why it's presumably quite high relative to the ground, which I guess is why it's doing that. Like this is where the grassland's at. The grasslands really climb up the mountains, and then as soon as we actually get a mountain as one of the things. So this is plains and hills. Wait, why does plains winning? That's interesting, actually. You're not plains, though. You're mountains. I bet they are fucking sampling the wrong spot. This is that, like, it's rendering all right, but it's not actually rendering right, in that I'm hitting this and it's saying it's plains, mountain. So we're actually over there somewhere, so we're off by, like, a whole fucking chunk, I think is what's happening. What happens if I turn my my flying off? Like, I still stand on it. How the fuck do we correct the flying? The ray tracing is just off, because the ray tracing's hitting the right spot. What the fuck? It turns back on. So the gravity works for the render wise. How the fuck does? What the fuck does it? How? That's gonna be in like physics. Now we go like gravity somewhere. Apply gravity. No. Apply velocity. No. Update grounded. Well, it's not even detecting planes is actually what's going wrong. Like you'll notice that like I have to turn flying back on. It's the problem is that the mountain, it's not getting mountain, but it's white, which means that this is actually mountain. Like 100% in the code, this is mountain. Because the only biome that spawns snow is the mountain. Which means that this is 100% mountain, but it says it's only hills, which means that the raycasting is not actually sampling the right block. which is even more confusing. And it's even more confusing because it is sampling the right block, in that if I don't hit any blocks, it tells me it didn't hit any fucking blocks. What? Okay, maybe my sampling is wrong, but the raycasting isn't. Were we supposed to be correcting the player by some amount? That could also possibly be what's going on. So if we go back to our player, raycasting, so the other option is the get hit is just wrong. Because it has a traverse ray and it has update ray. Yeah. No, so you call cast ray though, right? We call get hit. No, so this calls traverse, not cast, and traverse only does one chunk. So it could very much be that this is just causing issues. Why AI? Why? No, you adjust cast array, which casts array with option, cast array with distance. No, so I'm gonna say that when we say get hit, no, yeah, get hit with this. So we're going to say cast ray with distance. And then you say max distance. Right. What? So cast ray. Alright, he's passing it over. Sure. So, and then we go, you just say last. Right, because isn't that's what this returns, yeah? Wait a second. No, it you return all blocked. Yeah, no, you return a vector. I'm very confused. Cast array with distance. Okay. Oh, no, fucking last dot cloned. There. So maybe it's just that, like, it only checks one chunk, which is just fucking stupid. The get hit should do exactly the same thing as the fucking ray tracing, not. To chat with it, no, but like as like for using it to access the agents, sure. But like this one, I use this, but like not. Yeah. Anyway, let's turn it back on. Go. I think maybe what was happening was it was basically like hitting the edge. Nope. This is apparently still hills. Well. Okay, that's interesting. I'll look into that off stream, I guess. So it doesn't like that. Weird. Return on show global. And we go, what the fuck do you mean? Why? This is clearly not hills. This is mountain. This is not. But yeah, also, the mountain is still kind of scuffed. Why is the mountain still kind of scuffed? Like, the mountain is winning, but, like, getting, like, no value. So something's still very wrong with the ray tracing, but that's fine. I'm gonna ignore that for now. Mountain. That's hills. Did I not tweak the mountain back to linear? I tweaked it back to linear. So times 2. Then times 10? No. You sampled the ground height. Can you please right click? Wow. Now the mountain's getting 1. I also think, like, yeah, it doesn't need to be clamped because I plus and then I subtract and I, like, basically normalize back in. I wonder if I could actually do that as, like, a way of doing the math faster, is just to add them together and then normalize them. So, effectively, don't clamp G. Wait, no, you have to sample that. Why don't you just return G then? Like, we subtract 0.2 and then we just return G. Because from what I remember, like, our ground height is sampled normally. Effectively, just returning mountain will just return mountain. Because we don't, like... How high does mountain get? Effectively, not much higher than 1. For the sake of making the math easier to follow, I want to go, like, when you generate a biome, we calculate some fancy math shit, and I'm probably just doing it wrong. But, so, yeah, calculate biome. We get the biome, we get the height. So when we calculate the top, we go ground level out, the inner fold is total strength. So what if I did something really dumb and said, let total strength equals vec 3, and then we simply say I don't remember how this works. We calculate biomes. Calculating biomes. The strength is top 2 something, right? Like, this is their priority. Right. So, out. Okay. So we have to go, like, 4 index in top. Right. And then we say strength. So something. Right, we'll leave that then. So then out is equal to strength, and not index, it's ground height. So it's biome dot ground height for ivec to new x z cell. Right. So now we have the strength and the ground height. Then we're going to say, hey, you are out. The strength is the first one. Out 0.0. And then you're out 1.0. And you're out 2.0. And then we say dot normalize. Right. And then we say that that so let ground level equals out1 times strength x, out2 times strength 2, z, and then we return that. And we go, so does that work? Now we're using like Bevy's normalization math. So the idea is that I'm basically pointing a vector like in it, I'm pointing the vector of the strengths. Index 3 is out of bounds. Right, where did I index 3? Where the fuck did I index 3? I'm concerned. When did I index 3? Apparently I'm returning a biome. That's the wrong number. Did I get this backwards? You return a biome and a biome, and when you calculate, you return a biome and a biome. That's concerning. What do you mean index 3 is out of bounds? There's 4 biomes. 1, 2, 3, 4. So index 3 would be this one. The len is 3, but the index is 3. Oh, because it's out. No, it's biomes. No, so that's correct. Right. All right. Iterative enumerate, so we need to go I. Right. So I. So biome's index. Biomes into oh god, I'm getting baffled by references. Right, so we get the index, and we get the biome out of the index, we calculate the strength, then we insert into corresponding value the strength and the ground height. We then take the total strength, which is all 3 of them, we normalize that vector, which makes it have a length 1. We then multiply the first strength by this, the ground height that it gave us by the value, which should correct for the fact that if I've got my math done wrong. Right. If I've been doing my math wrong, this should then generate like an actual... Effectively, it shouldn't be possible for it to get a strength greater than 1. Right. All right, so it's doing the same thing, which means that like I was correct that this is the way to calculate the math. Now it'd be nice. So we have the top 3. Is maybe in my biome seeker code. I feel like I'm going to need to brute force this one a little bit better. We need to like let totals equal so let strength to know what to do now. Okay, biome. So out.map index biome.index strength. That seems like a much better way of doing it. And then we say let total scaled equal vec 3 strengths 0, 1, 2 dot normalize dot as array to array, but scaled, right? And then when we put the strength in, instead of saying that your strength is equal to this, so that's biome ID, and we say, hey, index, right, strength is then biome ID, strength. So this should then tell us proportionally what percentage. So to go back to this thing, we have to change it to a percent sign. We then also want to times it by 100. And then you get point nothing. 0.0 percent. Right. So this should tell us what percentage into iter means don't make a reference, like don't. So if you iterate and if you dot iter an array, it says generate me an object that will let me like point to each element in this array. Into iter says consume this array. The array will no longer exist at the end. So iter will give you a reference to the thing. Into iter will actually give you the element. That's the difference. Is it? So if I call into iter, if it's something that's cloned, it just clones them anyway. But if I call into iter, it will return like floats. If I call iter, it'll return references to floats. Very confusing. Also, this mountain suddenly feels very much more mountainy. Like it feels much pointier, but I didn't change anything, so that's just purely in my head. We have that turned on. Good. So we're gonna come over here and go pew. So it's 68% math. That math doesn't fucking check out, my friend. It can't be 68 and 68. Pew 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 pew. It can't be both. 68% on both of them. So how the fuck are you doing that? Where are you? Wait, no, it can't it? Because we're magnitude 1, which means 68, 68 gives us a magnitude of 1. The other thing is usually you don't call into iter. Usually you just give it the array. Like if you call for item in and then just give it a vector, it will consume it. It's only it's only because I'm trying to call a function on the iterator. I need to turn it into an iterator to then consume the iterator. So I'm saying you turn into an iterator that consumes the item. So I can't call iterator stuff. Because otherwise, yeah, you could just call, like, if I just wanted to use all the strengths, I could just say, like, for s in strengths. Like, that consumes them. Dot iter will now make them references. So you'll see this changes to a reference. And then into iter, into iterator does the same consuming thing, because I believe for something to be used here in an if statement, like so for in, like after the in, this type needs to implement into iter. Like that's the rule of what type you can put here has to implement into iter. Or it might even it needs to implement iter, and then it says to be into iter. And so that's why, like, if you give a reference to an array, a reference to an array implements into iter, and its type is reference to item. It's weird. But yeah, it's basically just syntactic sugar, where technically Rust is calling this under the hood, but you can just like not do that, and it'll just do the same thing. Anyway, and if it's clone and copy, it does different stuff as well. It's all very cool in that, like you're saying, like, you don't like that Rust makes you declare everything explicitly, but the reason it makes you declare everything explicitly is because it then lets you not declare things in other places, because it just sort of decides that it goes, oh, I know what you're trying to do. Yeah. So we can get a 68, so it becomes mountain 68. So what that lets me do, like a fun ways thing, is I can actually say, like, we can prioritize the biome. We could also, you know, scale it by its priority, but I feel like at that point you may as well just spit out the priority. What was I doing? So I want to go back to like the biome gen, calculate biomes. So in theory, I want to say, like, because this is in order. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3 in the priorities. So we want to say like times 3 and like times 2, which should then now say that even if 2 biomes strike the same, whichever one got the higher priority gets to influence. Gets like 3 times. So the biome we pick is 3 times the influence of the second biome, which is twice the influence of the third biome, which a little bit strange happening here. What the fuck is going on here? So again, this stuff doesn't actually change because it effectively just mountain 3 times. Where is our... Actually, no, it's not mountain 3 times. It's mountain and hills. So we was it's still got 21% hills. So the hills are actually like what's pulling our mountain down. So like what? Oh, okay, right. So I need to tweak our mountain. Right, we need... Okay, mountain. Mountain needs to take in th. That's gonna be a 52. And when we say new, we can say threshold. 32. Right, and then th threshold. I should probably just name shit better. So the idea here is, hey, minus threshold. If you're greater than threshold, you do that. Probably shouldn't be multiplying that by 256. Let's just say 100. Actually, no, that's fine, because G will never be greater than 1. So 255. Cool, cool. So then we come back to here, and we go, when I stick my mountains in, that's so wrong. When I stick my mountains in, I want there to be like a 0.3 mountain, and then 0.2 mountains. Or 0.1 mountain and a 0.3 mountain. So basically, there's 3 mountains we're picking. We probably should maybe make the mountains have distinct names, but the idea being that now you can have 3 mountains, but you're not guaranteed 3 mountains, because before, when the 3 mountains were exactly the same, you were guaranteed, no matter what, to have 3 mountains. So it's still not quite doing like what I want. But like up here, you can see it's guaranteed. Let me try this. So it's like 6%. Honestly, the math's getting more confusing. Why is the main... Oh, because I... No, it still doesn't make any sense. The main mountain 1, why is it only contributing? Strange. Okay. First off, we have to correct this and say times 3 times 2. So that'll correct that. But so effectively, this mountain is such preferred. What? It's only contributing 6% of the height, though. Also, multiplying them by that amount is probably not the best idea either, which is probably what's causing this. I think actually maybe this is pointing out what the problem is. It's like, as I'm saying, this is summing to greater than 1, which means that, like, effectively, when we get close to pointing a vector straight, like here, the straighter a vector, the, like, see, with it, this, the transition's happening when the mountain goes from 0, right, is where it suddenly drops. So I think what we need to do is correct for the fact that here, we're at like 100 and, was that 135% world height, and then here we're at 165% the ground heights calculated, and that will be that difference in block heights, is that when it goes from being U to U. So basically, effectively, if it's ever one biome, if it ever points straight up, it gets a much flatter point. So normalizing is not the right thing to do, because normalizing lets me get a but normalizing gets the length to 1. But then I need to still, like, sum and divide, don't I? So normalizing, I think, is a good way of blending the biomes. It's like how we blend them. Is it that we can't sum, we can't just multiply the sum together. We have to re-normalize the normalizing, which is kind of strange to think about. I feel like I'm so close, but I really need to stop the stream. So the balancing up being like, how long do I think this is going to take me? When I go down here, and when I say, like, hey, calculate the fucking biome. Okay. So when we do it, we say that each one is, so we say 1 times by the strength. So what we need to do is the let correct equals these 3 sum together. So effectively that becomes 1. So we then divide by, actually, can we just divide the whole thing by correct? Because that would then fix that. We'd say let total strength divided by correction strength. So the idea is that we are summing together the totals of the 3 axes and then dividing the whole thing by those totals, which means now the sum total is 1. And then we multiply by that sum total. And if I just take this and we go back to our little debuggy thing, because annoyingly, we're going to try and keep them in parity because I'm doing them in 2 places. I really shouldn't be doing them in 2 places. But anyway, strength, scaled. So we do that, we say correct, and we say, yeah. So scaled, correction. So we have to leave U as a vector. Right, that. And then we go, you are the one that then becomes dot as to array, right? And then we say, don't use scale, use total strength. Right, so now we should have a value between 0 and 1. This also makes it really easy to add a 4th biome, because you can just add an extra point to the vector. So effectively, we just point in 3-dimensional space, and then we go like, that's how much we scale everything by. Okay, it's at least scaling in the right direction now. It makes fucking sense. Our mountains, which are supposed to return a higher value, are not fucking shorter than our hills. And you can see the 3 distinct points where the different mountains drop in. So we turn this on. I still think that the thing's hit scanning the wrong spot or something, like something's gone wrong here. I know what it is. I'm sampling the wrong fucking, like, location or something, biome wise. Anyway, like, when we generate the chunk, we're not actually sampling here, we're sampling over there. Yeah, that'll be what it is. So that's fun. Yeah, okay. So it's not that anything's wrong, it's that when I say generate a chunk, I generate the chunk using the 0, 0 offset. I don't actually care about the location, but then once we've actually generated the chunk is then moved up and to the left, so the hit scanning correctly. It's just that the chunk that it's actually scanning is wrong. So I think the biome seeker, we need to say that the block that we are checking like minus chunk Offset. I guess minus. No, this is calculate by. So I use block all over the fucking place. So we say let block equal block minus trunk offset. That's as a float. Okay, yeah, as a vec 3. Right. So that should then, in theory, I don't know if we might need to add it. I don't know which way he goes. But the idea here is when I generate the chunk, I treat the chunk as if it's the bottom left corner. But then when I hit scan the chunk, I treat it as if it's not the bottom left corner, which is resulting in the ray hitting the right block. It's actually getting the right block. It's just sampling the wrong block. Like when we re-sample it, because we're not actually saving where we sampled it, we're re-sampling it. So you're definitely wrong, because you're saying plains and hills, plains and hills, plains and hills, plains and hills, plains and hills. And then mountains can be even further. So I think we must have to add to it. So block plus. Right? Because it's yeah, cool. And the reason it doesn't look wrong is because every single chunk is doing it. Like every chunk is technically, like if we overlaid a map, a height map, like the height map would just be like over here when the mountain's over there. Like it's just off by it. So hills, mountain, mountain, hills, plains, 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 hills. Yes. Da-da-da, we did it. Okay. I've corrected the fucking... Hello, my name is Vibe. Okay, so we go... Okay, crazy. Okay, go to the top of this mountain. We go, hey, mountain, contributing. So... Apparently the mountain that won... Wait, you have the same problem, where all three of you always picked at the same priority. That's where I was going wrong. Technically, it's that any of them cannot be picked, but it means that like it's not possible for the mountain to be picked. Quick total, you look at this stuff. What's the like code for normalizing between like a value like 0 and 1? So the effectively I want to turn G, which I know that G no longer goes down to 0 because like the threshold. So it's like G minus the threshold plus like the 1 minus the, if that makes sense. So I know that G at this point can go from G is from threshold to 1, and I want to renormalize it so that G is 0 to 1. How do I do that? The idea being that the higher you push the threshold, the less impact the specific thing has. So I'm assuming it's something like 1 minus self dot th, and then be like G divide by. Divide by something like that, something like that. So that would be that like if the threshold was set to 0.5, then we say that would make, we're dividing by 0.5, and then G divided by 0.5 would be 2. But except it would be, we want to say that it's like G minus self-depth threshold. Right, so that would be that like if G rolled a 1, we subtract 0.5 off of G, and then double G. Yeah, G minus threshold divided by G. Yeah, yep. Okay. Well, that's the problem, is that like I don't know how the shader works because you modified it, and I don't know how to fix it in the shader. The shader is actually the problem. I had to offset all the chunks so that the shader worked because I don't know what's going on. So now all the chunks are up and to the left, but then everything's sampling from 0, 0. So the question is, the highest priority biome should also be the highest impacted biome. No, so, wait, why? Fair enough, fair enough. Apparently, this mountaintop is 8% hills. That's so interesting. I guess the hills, maybe the hills sample differently, because the hills pick their priority differently. I think the hills just are G plus 0.15. Yeah, so technically the hills can never actually get Well, that's actually the other thing, is maybe we should put in some other biomes, because maybe what's happening is that, like, effectively the mountains just kicking the shit out of all the other biomes by being too strong. Because that's kind of what's happening, is that we've got the same issue that we don't have a smooth transition from grass into hills. Actually, I bet it's still fucking mountain doing it. I bet that anywhere it steps up suddenly, it's because mountain's involved, and the mountain has a tendency just to dominate the fucking percentages. The idea is that, like, as soon as you roll a fucking mountain, if we had a second hills, that might fix it, because it means that you can't roll plains, hills, and mountain. Because 5% mountain, 10% mountain, 15% mountain. It's hills and mountain, because it's actually only getting I don't know, it's 30% mountain but 25% hills. How is it still getting 46% fucking plains? Jesus Christ. But because the mountain is so immensely powerful, it's yanking it up. So as soon as there's any mountain, well, the transition's still happening here as well. That's kind of annoying. So we should also maybe make hills not negative, but so I'm thinking with that same, maybe the same concepts persisting, where the issue is that theoretically I don't actually have enough of the same biome, in that there should be 3 copies of every biome. Like, what happens if I have 3 copies of hills? It's going to make plains very rare, I think. Or it's going to make it... No, because it can roll zeros. So effectively, like... It's done it again. I guess what's happening here, I'm not entirely sure why there's a massive hole in the fucking truck, is that, again, it's having this thing where hills get such a dominant value and then suddenly mountain takes over. But because mountain corrects its height much harder than hills does, the mountain actually ends up lower than the hills do. Hence the 50, 30, 17 is that saying, like, this hill's hit. So this is 100% hills. This is just the height of the hills. And then we roll over. So what's happening, I guess, is that there's no transition between mountain and hills. There's no way to have, like, a slow transition. And because they both sample the same thing, they're both just based on the ground height, it effectively goes from 100% hills to 0% hills. And because 100% hills doesn't correct the height, we effectively go 100% hills will roll a higher number than 0% mountains. I mean, we could possibly correct for that, but that seems really dumb. And by possibly correct for that, I mean, like, oh no. So, like, that's what I'm saying. What's happening, I think, like, why there's this sudden jump is that effectively a mountain can only ever exist where the ground height is suddenly higher. So, mountain. So our hills, right? Our hills, the way I'm sampling is that the priority is how it picks and the strength is actually how much it impacts it. Like, this is the choice there. So the reason I was doing this is because I want a lake to have a high priority but zero impact on the ground height. But what's happening? So wait, so I'm just going to finish reading what you said first. You really shouldn't be jumping. You want to get 3 heights of 3 biomes and just scale. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what's happening. So what's happening here is when we pick a hill, we basically say if the ground height, because that's what G is the ground height. If the ground height's from -1 to 0.5, you can be a hill, and the way that you pick the priority of the hill is G plus 0.5. So basically, I'm just bringing this back up to 0. So it's now, it can be 0 to 0.6. And then I multiply that by 128. So basically the idea being that hills can start lower and will grow quicker, but will lose to a mountain that is in higher terrain. But that value is kind of arbitrary, really, like the way that's picked. But what's happening is that the way that a mountain is picked is that it has to be greater than G. So effectively what's happening is that it can be hills until a mountain hits the threshold, and then it just slams down, because as soon as one mountain can be, all mountains are. Even though they've got different thresholds, for some reason, which is probably actually what that secondary ring is that this is almost certainly that the mountain here, this mountain is a, wait, what? Am I hitting something else? There. So this is where a different mountain is coming in, and that mountain has got such a priority. So this will be the lower range mountain. And that's what this ring is that this ring, this sudden dip, is where we hit one of the other mountains first. So that's what's going on, is that we're basically transitioning, and this is the hard threshold. We don't want that hard threshold. That hard threshold is this. That's what we're looking at. The G is greater than threshold. Because as soon as we hit G is greater than threshold, mountains kick in. We don't taper mountains in. Mountains are just there. Yeah, exactly. Or like, not even that. We just never want to do this. We want to say the issue is we need the G. So what we need to do is actually, if G is greater than threshold times 2. So annoyingly, I think I have to do that again. It'll be like threshold times 2. We have to multiply by 2 everywhere. Right. Else. Because I don't want to just say there's always a small chance of mountain. And then we're going to say if G is greater than threshold. The other thing is also because we're scaling it. Like, because I'm scaling G back down, but not scaling so I'm scaling G back down to threshold, but I never scale hills back down to threshold, which means that technically hills roll a higher number than otherwise, I was saying we could brute force it by theoretically saying that this curve starts at a different point. So if like this curve goes up to a certain height, we can say that actually, like, basically if we know exactly when that transition is happening, we can just say that they happen to line up and make the ground heights the same. But yeah, so effectively, if I make this like 128, I don't know if this is going to help. Wait, what did the fucking AI just... Honestly, I'm going to let the AI cook. The AI suggested, with my tweaking, is to say if G is greater than the threshold, use G minus the threshold, divide by the self.threshold times 2. So twice the threshold minus the threshold. There's just a threshold, by the way, AI. Twice the threshold minus... It's just a threshold. You weird thing. But still... Taking the G divided by the threshold, so the G subtract that divided by the threshold, like my thing is like we just need a the slower transition so that we don't just hard stop 0. If anything, I may have made it worse. So I got rid of this bit, but I think that's because I effectively just pushed the threshold above the mountain lining, like above the hill line. That's what the whole sampling was about as well, like the strength curve. Like self dot strength curve dot sample d minus threshold multiplied by threshold. Yeah, I know, but like the idea is that you can't be a mountain. Like the mountain can only exist. So what we kind of need is effectively more biomes that transition between. Because the issue is that we're effectively there's no overlap between when you can be mountain and when you can not be mountain. Apparently, it's just never mountain now. So sampling this curve was a bad idea. I think this is probably clever, is to say, if you're double the threshold. So threshold this time, I think maybe 128. The idea being that you get much more powerful, because we, in theory, should be like sampling within the same range. It's just saying that once you get up here, then your strength is much stronger. Like the scaling. I guess that's the other thing, is also to plot the thing. So what we need to do, I guess, is to say we need to tweak, I guess, hills to also have a threshold. Like, I feel like I'm just putting band-aids on it. Like the idea is once we work this out, is that no, like once we've worked out how to go about it, like it should be easier. The fuck is that? Okay. Anyway, hit the threshold. So we go down the hills and we say, hey, so if you're greater than the threshold, but less than 2 times, but less than self.threshold times 2. Then we scale you from 0 to 1. So it was minus threshold divided by threshold. Pew pew. I know, right? So this means that now, when we go back to our mountains, we can say that, or the hills, this hill here starts from negative. Right. The other issue is, again, we're still doing that same thing of we've only got hills, but we've only got mountains. And because specifically hills and mountains are both sampling the same thing. Like if we just made hills and mountains not only sampling ground height, they would potentially not you know what I mean? Like they wouldn't just suddenly stop like this. The issue is that we're giving them hard thresholds. What if we just gave hills priority? Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Why don't we just don't else 0. Just hills get to be hills if the threshold, well, it's like maybe I don't want an else 0. The elsing 0 is kind of like what's causing the stepping is the elsing 0, but it's also like I need to do something to actually use the threshold. Why are you expecting right? So we're effectively saying you can be a negative number though. So like if G is less than 0, else do this. Right, so that's if it's positive, and then I guess this one's if it's negative, so we say like negative g. Wait, other way. If g is greater than 0, you do this one. Well, I guess if g is greater than self dot threshold. Then we take this number. We take this number and we clamp you between 0 and 1. Right. I guess we could also just do the divide by 2 plus a half. My issue with the divide by 2 plus a half is we keep ending up with fucking numbers that are horrendously large. Okay, so something's gone terribly wrong with our grasslands. And also you can clearly see there's still kind of some issue with mountain. Okay, I guess we need to like turn this on and go like, what the fuck is going on with these goddamn hills? So hills is returning 255, 255. Right, fuck you, hills. Okay, if g is less than 0, return 0. You cannot be that else. Right. Fine, you can just be 0. Also, I keep doing that the wrong way. If g is greater than 0, you get to do that. Otherwise, you're 0. So, effectively, unless we're actually under the ground, because apparently something was going terribly wrong with us giving it numbers that were... Also, why are we still using negative g? No, don't use negative g. That's why I was rolling 55 all the time. Saying if g is positive. If g is positive. So you can't roll hills if you're under the ground. Like negative terrain height is not allowed. It's still fucking just steppity step. Now we get some mountains, apparently. Yeah, positive. Yeah, I think it is far behind. I fixed that. I think I did. I don't quite get main mountain. Okay, so effectively, when you win. Okay, now this one could be having the same issue that the other one was having, which is that because I'm scaling the winning biome by 3 times the losing biome, the transition between biomes, I feel like these would blend if I wasn't scaling hills over mountains. These would blend if I wasn't scaling hills over mountains, and then this one I don't fucking know. So maybe I can't be doing my if you're the first, you get like a massive boost. I would like to do that in that like the winning biome I think should probably be the winning biome. But the issue is that we're effectively washing I guess the other option would be to give each biome a like thing that feeds in, because they're all currently they're all sampling linearly. Right, so it feels like maybe the correct thing to do would be to return g, and otherwise your g times 64. No, it's still the same issue. You should just return like 1. I don't know. Because the issue is the priority thing, which means that we can just like not pick a biome. What was I doing? I forgot entirely now. Something, I'm multiplying something by something in here. I'm going like, I shouldn't be multiplying these. Like, I would love to like keep multiplying them, but I suspect that that's actually where that stepping is now coming from, is that the yeah. So because I was prioritizing the first biome, that made this so much worse, which is even funnier. But because the first biome was being prioritized, the transition would happen and then it would win. So the toggle from winning the first to winning the second would effectively kill it. Honestly, mountains and hills might be the worst two possible biomes I could have picked to be testing this, in that they are effectively a binary switch, where if you get one, you don't get the other. I need to find... There's my biome seeker. This thing's also still multiplying the values, so it's not actually reading them out correctly. All right. So the mountains and the biome. So the strength of the hills is just sampling a linear curve, but it's effectively just G boosted a little bit. And then the mountain, its strength is just 10 times G minus its threshold. So it's the amount G is above. It's this minus threshold that's probably doing it, in that like the strength of the mountain is going to be like, right. So if G, okay, right, get G. If G is greater than threshold times 2, sample these two values, I guess. Apparently that's what the AI thinks to think. I actually don't want to clamp it between 0 and 1. So somehow grassland's winning in here. I can tell by the mottliness of it. Grassland's the only one that actually needs that mottling. Plains. Fuck. How did hills win? How did mountain win? Did mountain win because fucking grassland didn't? How did grassland get so high? How did mountains not get so high? Maybe there should only be one. God, I hate this. So, something's wrong with the mountains because we're just not picking mountains, like, ever. Okay, if G is greater than threshold, then you're 256 times that. If G is more than 2 times the threshold, you're sampling this much harder. Otherwise, because effectively you're just G times, you're just G. So I want you to be like G times 2, effectively saying that the yeah, it's got something to do with just the way that it spits out values. Wait a second, strength should never return 0. That's part of our problem. Also, wait, am I doing this wrong again? I am. It's one minus 1. So you're that. And then you're that. Alright. So your priority, if G is greater than threshold, is G minus this divided by... The strength should never return 0, because the strength of 0 basically says you won and then you don't want to fucking participate. God damn it. You're sampling a curve, which is literally just linear, but anyway. We're scaling it between 0 and 1. So you're G, G, G. So if G is greater than 0, or G self-threshold, you're also just doing something? This is G time, okay. It wasn't dividing by 0, it was just returning 0. So the issue with returning 0 in the strength is basically saying that, like, there's a situation where we've decided that you get to participate, like we are going to be a mountain, and then we've effectively said that the mountain has 0 impact on the height, which I think is part of what was causing, like, those sudden dips. So now you'll notice there's no sudden dips when we transition from hill to mountain, because there's never a situation where we can be a hill, suddenly become a mountain, and get really low again. Like, the mountain can't return 0 strength. So once the mountain's in, the mountain is in. Now the only issue is that we appear to be able to transition from planes. So that tells me that there's that. So you, the mountain. So the mountain's priority. Once we pick mountain, right, and then you just return basically 0 to 1. I do kind of want to say, like, times 2, because I'm effectively saying that fucking the mountain has twice the strength of any other. Like, the mountain has more strength than the plains, but, like, once we've picked mountains, we don't get zeros. In theory, it shouldn't have ever been able to do that. Now, do we get this back because we do it? Okay. No, so it doesn't come back up here, which means that this issue here is a transition from, like, one to another or something. So, what the fuck are you? Your hills, plains, and then your hills. So it's the plains are now the issue. As soon as plains disappear, it just fucking jumps up in height. Yeah, they do. They're just not what I want. In theory, I should probably keep track of this, because this is like I'll come back to it later. But it's annoying. Like, I had another one where I fixed it, and I was like, oh, this is so cool, because, like, it is really cool spiky mountains. But it was like, the issue, like, let's see, did we actually fix it by saying effectively, once you've got a strength, you never return a strength of 0? There are very specific biomes that are supposed to return a strength of 0, and those biomes are things like lakes and rivers, which actually make sense to cut into the terrain like these are doing, where you're effectively saying that I don't want to impact the fucking ground below me. Yeah. Also, there's definitely some Perlin noise errors. That's what these, like, weird, like, jagged lines are, where you can see, like, a straight line. That's, like, where all the numbers in a Perlin noise line up, and it fucking, like, eats the thing. So apparently, I haven't found a mountain that has a nice strength, I guess. Oh, no, am I tweaking? No, I'm tweaking the mountain. Why is... First of all, I can't find a really tall mountain, apparently. This is a spawning mountain. Where was that other mountain that I found that was, like, massive snow on top? Are you sampling linear somewhere? You sample your ground height. The hill strength like this. You have a strength curve, but the strength curve I don't actually care about. When you sample the ground height, you sample quadratic in. Why is this just never getting particularly tall? You are supposed to be ground level minus self dot threshold divided by 1 point minus self dot threshold lamp between 0 and 1. I think I wasn't renormalizing the thing, so effectively I was saying like you only get to sample the middle like half and it's exponential in, which means that like the middle is quite flat. I think is probably what's happening there. Did that make our mountains more pointy? No. Did it make this more pointy? I kind of need to do things like sampling this and being like, what the fuck is your ground height returning? I have to know. I really need to make that stay on. So mountain, hills, hills. So why? What's one? My issue with this, I feel like the mountain is going to pull it down a lot. Because it should be rolling like 700 if it's anywhere near the top. So maybe I need a smoother fuck me. Well. Okay. Don't add 1 then. Like, what if we just don't subtract the threshold? It also undermines the whole, it can roll there to there. The threshold is, like, the ground threshold should probably not be what we're using. We should probably be using like a rockiness threshold. So all it's done is make the mountains taller. I think what I need is to like sample the mountain better. Because like we're quadratic in, which is quite steep. Like easing curve. I don't know. Images. So ease in quadratic. We want ease in exponential. Exponential in. So exponential in is basically it's kind of flat, it's kind of flat, it's kind of flat, then it's suddenly really tall. Trying to get a picture that has like nice enough size that I can actually read them. Wow, who makes a picture that literally cuts off half the curves? I had one last stream that was like actually kind of good. What about you? So we want one that looks kind of mountain type. Ease in cubic. So ease in exponential seems to be the right one. I always thought that the like cubic would be quicker than exponential, but apparently not. Exponential like definitely looks like way steeper. Interesting. All right. So exponential. Exponential in. That should mean that like basically the mountain point is pointier. Well, the reason I'm adding the multiplier is I'm basically saying that the mountain, I was also trying to check to make sure, is that the mountain gets to be more of the impact. So effectively I'm saying that the mountain is twice the ground height difference. Because otherwise the result is that the hills and the mountain, again, are both sampling their ground height from the same place. Which is, I guess, kind of the point, isn't it? Don't add the multiply. Yeah. Maybe we just don't clamp it. No. It's got something to do with this, I reckon. So you sample the curve. it's just like never rolling a number. Maybe just don't subtract the threshold. Just it's G. It's G divided by 1 minus threshold. The idea being that the higher the threshold, the more that one mountain will try and pull it up. Because again, I'm thinking the reason it's so flat is because it's effectively just sitting too close to 0. No, what appears to have happened? I thought I'd pull up the ground, but why is it making it flatter? It doesn't. What? Honestly, I'm more confused. What? What? Why would sampling the... Why is it flatter? That's backwards. I don't know what I fucking changed now. It's probably actually exponential in, and that's the issue, that we're never getting near the threshold, which I guess is where the plus 0.3 comes from. I probably do need to wrap the whole thing and clamp it, but the clamp between no 0 and 1. I guess ground level, and then we say that the ground level is equal to that SG is equal to ground level times 0.5 plus 0.5. I guess technically the threshold's all about that, so we could just say SG is like that. We just take ground level, and then so I don't clamp that between 0 and 1. Actually, be really funny if that's what I was doing. Is that why the height of the bound's already flat? Because I was. I don't know. I'm just looking at the easing functions, and it's got like pictures, and it's basically like exponential in means that like exponential in starts exponential, which means it gets really high, whereas exponential out is exponential out is flat on top. Like, so basically the amount you're removing is exponentially less, as opposed to exponential in, where the amount that you're adding is exponentially increasing. And then there's exponential in out. Exponential in out is like an S curve, but you don't want the S curve because then it flattens on top. All right. So it's working. I think part of the issue of why our mountains look very flat is because we're, again, having the same issue of like these is slots of mountain where it's all kind of mountain. So we just need to work out why the fuck. Right. So theoretically, if I could just get planes to stop returning, well, planes never return 0. They just return the strength. And they just return a rainfall. And they sample their ground height. The planes were always apparently very smooth transition. From one to the other. So I'm not quite sure. So we turn whoop, no, we go play, we go debug, we turn on this, we come down here, we go, when I hit you, your hills and plains. When I hit you, your hills and plains. Wait, what? Oh, so what the fuck's happening over here? Ah, your mountain, I was too far away. Your mountain, as soon as mountain comes in, any amount of mountain comes in. Okay, maybe part of the issue is that we're exponentially outing. Because you can see here, it's actually really easy for grass to... Wait a second. What if part of the problem is that I kind of need to... So... Part of the problem is that we are sampling the ground height as part of the... So maybe what we should do is like make a new ground height thing and call it like tectonics or something like that. So I guess we do have like a ground height too. So you sample a completely different noise. So what we're going to do is we're going to go, hey, mountain, you, for your priority, you're gonna use ground height 2, which is like just basically ground height 1 but noisier. And same with you, it's like you're still going to use exactly the same thing, which I do think is part of my problem, but it means that like it's going to be different to because if everything uses the same noise function to get its ground height, it effectively means that it's impossible for a mountain to form where grass is low, which I guess makes sense in that like the grass should be higher up to get, but it means that it's not possible for it to try and place a mountain unless the mountain's height is already going to effectively be too big. I appear to have made it worse. So we ended up with a we ended up with a little mountain on the side. What the fuck is going on? Maybe we're running into the opposite issue of now we have too many copies of every biome, which means that if it becomes a mountain, it becomes a super mountain. I'm gonna say let's go with a mountain with a threshold of 1. I'm just going to go, what the fuck do the mountains even look like? Like, that's part of the problem, I guess, also, is it'd be really dumb if I run this and the mountain's just flat. Like, if the mountain is just flat, but it kind of implies that the mountain actually doesn't do anything. What the hell do the mountains look like? They are looking awfully flat. Alright, first up, let's check ground height. Fuck, that was fucking years. Ground height, ground height, ground height. You sample this, you sample 2D at low. And you sample between 0 and 1. You just sample low. Yep. So you're sampling between 0 and 1. Right. So what happens? Well, first off, how the fuck do you... Are you able to get a 0 strength? Apparently it's sampling 0 biomes. The other one doesn't care, it just uses the biome. But something's getting multiplied by 0 and still existing, so that's kind of fun. Well, this is like a 30% mountain, which I think is making the mountain smaller than it should otherwise be, but you know, you're right. How are you doing that? What? Okay. Yeah, okay. Have a good night. I planned to stop the stream like fucking 2 hours ago, but this just doing my head in, so I probably should end the stream as well. I'm just gonna try. It's pew 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 pew. All right. I just want to go like mountain. What if I said? Also, the mountains sign in, sign out. So maybe that's fucking with the hills. But is that the okay? If I said you're exponential out. Yeah, okay, well it sounds like everyone's gonna go to bed, so come on. Wait, I said elastic. Elastic out's not what I want, but anyway. That also seems expensive in terms of math. 2 squared. Wow. Elastic is probably a little bit aggressive. Alright. I'm going to let this compile and then I'm going to end the stream, because if I feel like if I keep tweaking things, it's just like not going to work. Well, at least we got what we planned today done, which is the ray tracing. Let's just fly up and be like, interesting. Everything's super flat now. So we just do the one thing we can do without rebooting, which is to say, hey, we can't actually increase the Y any further. That's interesting, because the exponential out makes me think that like it's fucking the ground is effectively like really high. Like the ground is like 700 blocks up. So if I go to my like here or whatever it is and say that like you're like 10. Now I probably should make the actual chunk smaller so that I don't lag out, but I want to see if I end up with like a really fucking tall mountain, or do I end up with like a slab of rock that's hundreds of kilometers deep? Probably a slab of rock that's hundreds of kilometers deep. Definitely feels like a slab of rock that's hundreds of kilometers deep. It's actually probably just not generating it properly. 6. Alright. Alright, anyway, thank you for tuning into the stream. I will see you next time, where hopefully I will have worked out some of the bugs. Hopefully I should be streaming tomorrow, but we'll find out. I'm just amazed at the fucking million frames that apparently I lost. Alright.